All right, good evening, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting of June 22nd, 2023 to order. I'd also like to thank our live Spanish interpreters. This meeting is live streamed, which you can find from the district's website. Roll call, please, Ms. Zavada.
Ms. Miller? Ms. Parker?
Here.
Ms. Reed?
Here.
Ms. Schooley?
Here.
Dr. Varda?
All right, an executive session has been noticed for today's meeting pursuant to CRS 24-6-402-4A and B to receive legal advice regarding charter applications, as well as to discuss disposition of district property. Is there a motion for the Board of Education to convene an executive session?
I move to convene an executive session pursuant to CRS 24-6-402-4A to confer with council and staff regarding the disposition of district property, and CRS 24-6-402-4B to discuss pending charter applications.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All right, it's been moved and seconded that the Board of Education will convene an executive session. Roll call, please, Ms. Zavada.
Ms. Miller? Ms. Parker?
Yes.
Ms. Reed?
Yes.
Ms. Schooley?
Yes.
Dr. Varda?
All right, the board will now convene an executive session, which is closed to the general public. The Board of Education will reconvene here in the boardroom in open session at approximately, or as close as is humanly possible, to 5 p.m. Thank you. right, good evening, everyone. Thanks for joining us. And I apologize for being a few minutes late, but we will get rolling. So I'd like to call this regular meeting of June 22nd to order. Once again, I'd like to thank our simultaneous Spanish interpreters that join us every board meeting, and our board meetings are live streamed. You can find that link through our website. If you will all please rise and join me for saying the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States. Thank you all. Is there a motion to approve tonight's meeting agenda?
I move to approve the meeting for tonight's, let me find it. Sorry. I move to approve tonight's agenda as presented.
Great. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, it's been moved and seconded to approve the agenda for the board meeting of June 22nd, 2023 is presented. Roll call, please, Ms. Sveta.
Ms. Miller?
Yes.
Ms. Parker?
Yes.
Ms. Reed?
Yes.
Ms. Schooley?
Yes.
Dr. Barta?
Yes.
Great. The agenda is approved. All right, to the fun stuff. So every month, the Board of Education has the distinct pleasure of recognizing students, staff, community members, and schools for their achievements and contributions to our community. Additionally, the board publicly recognizes special events and significant issues by issuing proclamations that can be found on the district's website. In the month of June, we are commemorating Juneteenth Day, National Gun Violence Awareness Day, and Pride Month. We encourage you to read the Jeffco School Board's proclamations as part of the consent agenda on board docs and on the district website. And now we get to move into honors and recognitions. Our first recognition of this evening will be handed out by Dr. Barta.
Thank you. All right, for the first celebration of the evening, the Board of Education is pleased to celebrate our area transportation services directors for their work to create bus routes aligned with the district's Healthy and Equitable Start Time initiative. Could our transportation directors, Kathy Nelson, Valerie Mora, and Josie Gallagher, please make your way to the front of the room to receive the Jeffco Thrives Award. Tonight, we are recognizing our transportation team for its standout efforts to rework transportation routes in order to accommodate district-wide healthy and equitable school start and end times, as well as reworking bus routes impacted by school closures. Our transportation and fleet services team is composed of hundreds of bus drivers, assistants, supervisors, maintenance staff, and support staff that navigate 773 square miles of Jeffco in an effort to safely transport approximately 19,000 Jeffco students riding our buses daily. Please join us in recognizing the dedicated efforts of our Jeffco transportation directors and staff for going above and beyond to ensure that Jeffco students have positive, safe, and reliable transportation experiences to and from school every day.
All right, I have the privilege of announcing our next recognition. The Board of Education is pleased to celebrate the students whose art was on display as part of the 2023 art exhibits as directed by Tim Miller and by Shira Rose. So Tim, if you could please, and Shira, I'm not sure if you're coming too, but come make your way to the front of the room to announce tonight's Artists for Our Learners, Our Future recognition. The arts generate enthusiasm and motivation for learning with their emphasis on creative discovery and the ability to stimulate a variety of learning styles. The arts teach discipline, the value of sustained effort to achieve excellence, and the concrete rewards of hard work. Throughout the spring semester, Jeffco curated several grade-level student art shows for our community to enjoy, including the all-level Equity Art Show, hosted this school year at our Ed Center. The art created by students being honored tonight will be on display in the boardroom, right here, for 1 year, and then on location throughout the Education Center as part of the district's art collection. which now numbers over 304 pieces of artwork and is on display throughout the Ed Center. So before I turn it over to Tim, which I'm going to do in a second, I just would like to say that, excuse me, as part of this role as president, I have the honor of going to the superintendent to pick out pieces that we want to purchase as a district for the Ed Center. And the ones hanging behind us, I believe I was told we were allowed to choose six. So clearly, we have an extraordinarily talented group of young people in Jeffco who create exceptional works of art, and in part, that's due to the instruction and care and guidance of their art teachers. So a big thank you to their art teachers and to students. Thank you for bringing this joy into our lives, because it's joy. And with that, Mr. Miller, I'll turn it over to you.
I am presenting to the Board of Education this evening the district purchase awards from the annual Equity and Excellence Art Exhibit and the elementary, middle, and high school art exhibits. We have here tonight some of the coordinators of these exhibits, along with some of the art teachers from Jefferson County Schools, without whom these wonderful opportunities for students would not exist. Also in attendance tonight is our Jefferson County Visual Arts Coordinator, Shira Rose. This past school year was Shira's first year as an arts coordinator, and I want to thank her so much for her hard work and her new innovative ideas in promoting these art exhibits and encouraging teachers on their visual art programs. So thank you, Shira. All of the pieces of artwork that you see up in the front of the room were selected for purchase by Jefferson County School Board President Stephanie Schooley and Superintendent of Jefferson County Schools, Tracy Dorland. I'd like now to read the names of the students who are district purchase award winners, and as I read your name, and if you are in attendance, if you could please come up to the front of the room and stand next to your piece of art. The first purchase award from the Equity and Excellence exhibit goes to Gibson Onwiller, a fifth grader from Coal Creek Canyon K-8, for their piece titled Southeast Desert. Their art teacher is Ashley Bain. The second purchase award from the Equity and Excellence exhibit goes to Linnea Mason, a sixth grader from Oberon Middle School, for their piece titled Watercolor Peacock. Their art teacher is Lori Counterman. Okay. The final purchase award from the Equity and Excellence exhibit goes to Bianca Castaneda, an eighth grader from Arvada K-8, for their piece titled End of the Day. Their art teacher is Jen Strout. The first purchase award from the elementary art exhibit goes to Riker Prophet, a kindergartner from Dutch Creek Elementary, for their artwork titled Weatherscape. Their art teacher is Gina Rao. The next purchase award from the elementary art exhibit goes to Evan Pilcher, a second grader from Bergen Meadow Elementary, for their art titled Mountain Sunset. Their art teacher is Elizabeth Marcus. The next purchase award from the elementary art exhibit goes to Charlotte Jiang, a second grader from Denison Elementary, for their artwork titled Workers. Their art teacher is Joseph Paducci. The next purchase award from the elementary art exhibit goes to Alid Savid Luis. It's tough to say. A fourth grader from Stott Elementary, for their artwork titled Cactus. Their art teacher is Jenny Highland. The final purchase award from the elementary art exhibit goes to Eli Yarborough, a fourth grader from Divinity Elementary, for their artwork titled Fits. Their art teacher is Mary Elliott. The first purchase award from the middle school art exhibit goes to Dylan Manzanillo, a sixth grader from Oberon Middle School, for their artwork titled Trout. Their art teacher is Lori Counterman. The next purchase award from the middle school art exhibit goes to Xavier Allen, a seventh grader from Devlin Junior Senior High School, for their artwork titled Delicate Arch. Their art teacher is Roy Anberg. The next purchase award from the middle school art exhibit goes to Dakota Black, a seventh grader from Summit Ridge Middle School, for their artwork titled The Look Inside. Their art teacher is Kat Jelinek. The next purchase award from the middle school art exhibit goes to Troop Wynn, a seventh grader from Everett Middle School, for their artwork titled Solar Flare. Their art teacher is Kristen Woodbury. The final purchase award from the middle school art exhibit goes to Roma Insco, an eighth grader from Drake Middle School, for their artwork titled Inferno. Their art teacher is Rachel Dunn. All right, the high school art exhibit. The first purchase award from the high school art exhibit goes to Kayla Cooley, a ninth grader from Ralston Valley High School, for their artwork titled Blossoming into Life. Their art teacher is Bonnie Calagroso. The next purchase award from the high school art exhibit goes to Joshua Gonzalez, a 10th grader from Wheat Ridge High School, for their artwork titled Cacophony. Their art teacher is Tammy McKenzie. The next purchase award from the high school art exhibit goes to Zane Yeager, an 11th grader from Ralston Valley High School, for their artwork titled Foreign. Their art teacher is Bonnie Calagroso. The next purchase award from the high school art exhibit goes to Rhiannon Danborn, an 11th grader from Arvada West High School, for their artwork titled 927. Their art teacher is Candace Schrader. The next purchase award from the high school art exhibit goes to Kenzer Lewis, an 11th grader from Golden High School, for their artwork titled Girl and Flowers. Their art teacher is me. Sorry. The next purchase award from the high school art exhibit goes to Charlie Burrows, a 12th grader from Green Mountain High School, for their artwork titled Just a Little Guy. Their art teacher is Laura Hooper. The next purchase award from the high school art exhibit goes to Sean Vin, a 12th grader from Bear Creek High School, for their artwork titled Down the Branch. Their art teacher is Will Mitchell. And the final purchase award from the high school art exhibit goes to Ali Latham, a 12th grader from Wheat Ridge High School, for their artwork titled Autumn Falls. Their art teacher is Burke Edgar. First of all, I'd like to congratulate these artistic students and their teachers for their outstanding achievement. So thank you. All right. And now I would like to allow just a few minutes for family members to come up to the front to take photos for the board, from the board members, and to personally congratulate the students. Okay.
See you in July.
Okay. Sounds good. See you. Yeah, thank you. Yes. One. I speak for myself and every art teacher in the district in being so appreciative to the Board of Education for continuing the District Art Purchase Awards and giving your time and continued support of art education in the Jefferson County School District. Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right, thanks, and we're so happy for those. I know it was looking like Armageddon outside earlier, so I know it's perilous to drive here. We're so super excited that we could meet some of the students whose artwork we have and will have behind us. And with that, I will turn it over, I believe, to Director Reed.
So this evening, I have the honor of doing Our People, Our Strength, and honoring the Outdoor Lab leadership. The Outdoor Lab principals for the extraordinary experiences their program provides to Jeffco students. So if you could come forward. The Board of Education is pleased to acknowledge that for over 50 years, our outdoor education laboratory schools have provided an important rite of passage for Jeffco students. Will our outdoor laboratory, I already asked you to step forward, Ryan Baz and Rob Neiser. The goal of our Jeffco Outdoor Education Laboratory program is to enhance and enrich student learning as an integral part of sixth grade curricula by providing opportunities for hands-on, experiential, authentic learning in an outdoor setting, either at our Mountain Evans or Windy Peaks location. By engaging the whole child in problem-solving, team-building, decision-making, and social participation, the Outdoor Lab program is a springboard to prepare Jeffco students to be local and global citizens. Ryan Baz, principal, Mount Evans Outdoor Education Laboratory School, has been an educator for 14 years. His own Outdoor Lab experience as a sixth grader was life-changing. Outdoor Lab was and is the inspiration for his work with students in an interactive outdoor education setting. This upcoming school year, Ryan's son Blake will be in sixth grade and will attend Outdoor Lab. Rob Neiser, principal at Windy Peak Outdoor Lab, has been in education for 29 years, 19 of those years serving Jeffco. Rob was an AP for 6 years serving Deer Creek, Carmody, and Dunston. The past 13 years of the journey have been as principal at Windy Peak Outdoor Lab. Rob's experience as a wildlife biologist and a science teacher made the Outdoor Lab principalship a perfect match. Congratulations to the Jeffco Outdoor Education Laboratory schools and principals. You are giving Jeffco students access to unique experiential enrichment opportunities that are helping our students gain the skills and a continuous learning mindset. Outdoor Lab has a transformative impact on everyone from sixth graders to high school leaders, interns to teachers, and beyond. Thank you for leading the way in providing extraordinary student experiences and a culture of instructional excellence in such a unique and wonderful environment.
Over to you, Director Miller.
Yeah. Great. It took me 1 minute. It's all good. Wait, I gotta put my glasses on. I'm really sorry. Okay. Our communities, our legacy, the Outdoor Lab Foundation. This is the next recognition of the evening, which continues our celebration of Outdoor Lab's extraordinary student experience by honoring the Outdoor Lab Foundation and Executive Director Brian Martin. Brian is already joined us in the front of the room to receive the Our Communities, Our Legacy recognition. Celebrating its 20th anniversary in 2023, the Outdoor Lab Foundation's mission is to inspire community support for and advocate on behalf of this unique Jeffco sixth grade rite of passage. The foundation forges relationships with businesses, local governments, and nonprofit organizations to make these experiential learning opportunities available to all Jeffco students, regardless of socioeconomic background. This year alone, the foundation provided over $400,000 in support of student tuition assistance. That's amazing. Thank you. For student leadership, the site support program, welcoming experiences, staff professional development, and historic preservation. The foundation works in close partnership with our outdoor lab sites and the district more broadly to focus fundraising efforts and advance programs that make outdoor labs safe, fun, and impactful for every student who attends. In total, Outdoor Lab serves approximately 5,000 Jeffco sixth graders and students each school year, connecting them often for the first time to an outdoor overnight camp experience. Please join us in celebrating the Outdoor Lab Foundation for their partnership and commitment to ensuring Jeffco students have access to enrichment opportunities that will ultimately prepare them for a successful future beyond the classroom.
You're famous. Thank you, thank you.
All right, and for our last recognition of the evening, I'll turn it over to Director Parker.
We have another, our communities, our legacy presentation here in recognition of Denver Zoo. For the final celebration, the Board of Education is pleased to acknowledge the contributions provided to Jeffco families impacted through school closures through the generous donation of the Denver Zoo. Denver Zoo Director of Guest Services, Mike Pratt, and Angela Barber, Director of Conservation Learning, please join us in the front of the room to receive the Our Communities, Our Legacy recognition. The Denver Zoo Jeffco family events were a resounding community partnership success. The Denver Zoo provided a total of 1,600 donated admission tickets to Jeffco families affected by school closures. Families had a choice of 2 dates to redeem the donated admission tickets, May 26th or May 31st, with both dates selling out. The Denver Zoo is every bit as dynamic as the communities they have served for over 125 years, spearheading the work of caring for over 3,000 wild animals on their 84-acre campus, while enchanting, educating, and providing the best experience possible for their guests. For Jeffco families, the zoo provided an adventure-filled educational experience that included special access to a discovery zone and a variety of educational and play activities. Please join us in celebrating the Denver Zoo for bringing joy to Jeffco families and being part of critical district efforts to focus on successful transitions for closing school students and their families.
Thank you all so much.
Thank you, thank you. Yeah.
Oh, I love that part. Okay, moving on. So we're going to move on to our next section, which is public comment. So public comment is an opportunity for the community to share thoughts with us as a board. The board listens to public comment on any topic for up to 1 hour. If more time is required, we'll have a second public comment at the end of the meeting. There's a 3-minute time limit per individual speaker, and when there are 4 or more people, they have 10 minutes, and the timer is very large right behind us. And each speaker should have a number that they were given when they came in, and that's the order that you'll come up in. When the person before you completes their comments, you can step up to the podium and the time is yours. We will definitely listen to you with respect and ask those who address the board to do the same. And with that, we can begin with whoever has lucky number 1. Welcome. If you don't mind just introducing members of your group, and then the floor is yours.
Perfect. I think I'll have them introduce themselves. My name's George Mama.
Cynthia Daughtry.
Teresa Shelton.
Cindy Briggs. Lisa Mama.
Mickey Sadivi.
Good evening. My name's George Mama. I'm a retired police chief. I served law enforcement for 45 years in Colorado. 30 of those years were dealing with children in Jefferson County. From a crimes against children detective to senior investigator of the juvenile crime unit for the district attorney's office, I was instrumental in developing the Jefferson County Juvenile Assessment Center, a collaborative entity involving 13 law enforcement agencies, the DIS school district, mental health, and social services. On May 31st, I sent an email addressing my concerns about the push to include and increase policies that encourage and insert the use of the term trusted adult in schools to each school board member and 8 members of the leaders of the school district. I expected that I'd receive a response from one of the elected officials or the superintendent. Instead, I received a phone call from the director of security, who I've known for many years and who is above reproach. You should be proud of the work that he's done. However, it should have been not left to him to contact me. On June 19th, nearly 3 weeks later, I received an email from Mrs. Parker, somewhat addressing my issues, which I kindly rebutted. I'm here this evening to address the manner in which the term trusted adult is being proposed and currently used in the school curriculum, and as a means of self-identification by individuals who work in our schools. I understand that there have been some communication with parent groups, and the school district has begun to address some of those parent concerns and understand how the term is being used. The concept of trusted adult is dubious in every aspect and should not be used between adults and children. What is your definition of trusted adult? Who determines who the trusted adult is? What training has the trusted adult had as it relates to specific duties? I understand that there are teachers and other staff members that have signs posted near their classrooms and offices that say, "I'm a trusted adult." Is that the district's plan? Is that what leadership uses the term trusted adult frequently in the school and community, on community forums? An individual cannot self-identify as a trusted adult to other people's children. As an investigator in crimes against children, seeing or hearing individuals in a setting where innocent children are a captive audience without their parents proclaiming themselves to be trusted adults, that would raise an immediate red flag for me. One argument for the use of the term trusted adult is necessary because parents can't be trusted to handle situations with their children in the way school personnel believe it should be handled. This is not a valid reason for allowing school personnel to self-identify as a trusted adult to children, as there are systems already in place that address child abuse. These are mandatory reporting laws under Colorado Revised Statutes Title 19, 19.3.304, and CRS 12.204.139 for school personnel that cover suspected child abuse, suicidal ideation, and the Jeffco Schools already has qualified administrators, teachers, and mental health professionals that know the proper steps to take in these situations. There is no reason for the term trusted adult to be used by school personnel when speaking, reading, or teaching children. The only terminology that should be used with children in schools is parent or court-ordered legal guardian. In nearly every one of the thousands of cases that I handled as the offender was a trusted adult. Random offenses against children are rare. More often than not, the offender was a family member, a teacher, a coach, a neighbor, a babysitter, a clergy person, a police officer, or a fireman. To those not in the business and naive to what goes on in crimes against children, the term trusted adult sounds inclusive. It is dangerous. The majority of victims and their parents, if they weren't the offenders, would consistently tell me that the person who committed the crime was someone they trusted. Going down the road of promoting the use of trusted adult between students and school staff is a very slippery slope and should be discouraged. I encourage you to look at the statistics at RAIN.org regarding children and teens, and you will find that offenses committed by non-familial trusted adults are 59%, compared to 34% committed by a family member. 66% of these cases occurred when the children between the ages of 12 and 17. These children were groomed by someone they trusted. Teaching students that they can talk to a trusted adult about issues that they don't feel comfortable talking to their parents or legal guardians about encourages them to keep secrets from their parents and legal guardians. The very thing that we as parents encourage our children not to do. Now, I would be remiss if I didn't have examples of trusted adult situations that I have already gone and dealt with here and came out badly in Jefferson County schools. Without having given a green light to use the term trusted adult, the following things have occurred. In 2022, a retired Jeffco elementary school principal was exposed for setting up a meet for sex with a 14-year-old boy online. That one's currently on TikTok today. In 2014, one of our school counselors refused to disclose a first-degree sex assault with violence, resulting in an additional child being assaulted by the same perpetrator. In 2012, a Jeffco teacher convinced a 16-year-old that she didn't need to tell her parents she was pregnant, and then helped her arrange an abortion behind the parents' back. In 2005, a Jeffco high school tennis coach perpetrated on several members of his team over many years. These were all children that thought they were in the safe hands of a trusted adult. This shocking revelation should strike a sense of terror into any parent today. Just knowing that should you adopt this term, a child could easily disclose sensitive information to a trusted adult under the guise of confidentiality and acceptance. And with few exceptions, the child becomes a victim of assault, or even worse, is trafficked or killed. We worked really hard post-Columbine to keep our children safe in this school district and encourage full disclosure and collaboration to parents and legal guardians. I ask you to strongly consider and be thoughtful before allowing school personnel to self-identify and use the term trusted adult with other people's children. I expect the leadership and elected officials to examine this closely and determine which side of this issue is in the best interest of all our children. Thank you and have a nice evening.
Thank you. Is there a number 2? Welcome. And same as before, if you don't mind having your group introduce themselves, or you can introduce them, either
Sure.
way.
I'll
And then the
let
floor is
everyone
yours.
introduce themselves.
Great.
I'm Erin DeCesseris.
Melissa Colonna.
Tanya Dunham.
Mo Forster.
Lisa Bame.
Tammy Butters.
Ruth Hunt.
Oh, sorry.
Liz Houston.
All right. Good evening. My name's Erin, and I'm a parent in Golden. I'm also a volunteer with Moms Demand Action. For those of you who aren't familiar with our group, we're a grassroots movement fighting for public safety measures that protect people from gun violence, and we have a sizable volunteer base here in Jeffco. I'm here tonight because firearms are the leading cause of death for children and teens in the United States. And I believe we can do more in our schools to support common sense gun safety measures. In incidents of gunfire on school grounds, 80% of shooters under the age of 18 got the gun from their home or the home of a friend or relative. Research shows that secure storage practices play a vital role in reducing the risk of gun violence. And in Jeffco, there's more we can be doing to educate and aid parents on safe storage and preventing unauthorized access to personal firearms. We're asking the board to consider the following actions. Disseminate information about safe gun storage to all parents. Require parents to acknowledge Colorado's safe storage law upon yearly school registration and provide gun locks at all schools. We wouldn't be alone in implementing these types of measures. In Denver public schools, when registering,
All families are given information about storing firearms safely and then asked to initial the form indicating that they will safely store any firearms that they own. Links are also provided to gun safety information through BSmart and the NRA. Cherry Creek Schools worked with Moms Demand Action and the Arapahoe County Sheriff's Office to get locks in every single school in the district, as well as BSmart gun safety materials. And in Boulder Valley, they passed a resolution on safe storage and provide information on it in emails and social media to families. I know this isn't an easy topic to discuss, but the reality is this is something that will affect all of us, our children, and our schools. And I believe implementing these actions and saving even one life is worth any short-term frustrations you may have to address from the community in the meantime. Thank you.
Jeffco School Board members, my name is Melissa Colonna and I'm from Littleton. My young boys attend Ute Meadows Elementary School. Today, I would like to draw your attention to important research conducted by public health experts at University of Colorado Anschutz Medical Campus. In a recent study published in JAMA Pediatrics, they shed light on a critical issue that directly affects the safety of our children, which is access to loaded guns. Research revealed alarming statistics regarding the accessibility of firearms to our youth in moments of crisis. It highlights the urgent need to reduce access to guns when an adolescent is experiencing distress. The principal investigator of the study stated that there is a high rate of firearm suicides among our young population. For a significant portion of those who attempt suicide, the transition from ideation to action can occur in under 10 minutes. The study further highlights that nearly 1/3 of middle and high school students in Colorado report having access to a gun. Disturbingly, when asked how long it would take for them to access and be ready to fire a loaded gun without a parent or other adult's permission, over 25% of the youth reporting access indicated it would take them only 24 hours. Shockingly, 12% reported being able to access a loaded gun in under 10 minutes. These same vulnerable children likely attend school with my kids and yours. These findings should serve as a wake-up call for all of us. It is our duty to take immediate action to prevent tragedies and protect the lives of our children. The research clearly demonstrates that quick access to guns significantly increases the risk of self-harm and harm to others. In light of these distressing statistics, I urge the school board and our educational community to prioritize gun safety measures that limit access to firearms during moments of crisis. We must work together to develop comprehensive policies that address this issue head-on. These include disseminating information about safe gun storage to parents, requiring parental acknowledgement of Colorado's safe storage law, providing gun locks for families. By implementing these initiatives, we can make an impact on reducing access to firearms during vulnerable moments. Let us heed the research conducted by the public health experts at University of Colorado. By taking proactive steps to limit access to loaded guns, we can help prevent tragedies, save lives, and create a safer educational environment for our students. Thank you for your time today, and I look forward to your actions to limit access to loaded guns. Thanks.
My name is Ruth Hund, and I'm a mom, a former teacher, and a resident of Golden. Thank you so much for this opportunity to comment. In the 1970s, and yes, I'm dating myself, the NRA was all about gun safety and education of gun safety. Jeffco is all about child safety and education. With 4.6 million children living in homes with unlocked and loaded guns, why wouldn't Jeffco R1 require the parents understand this when they register their child? Education about safety does not infringe on rights. Education enables the safe ownership of firearms. If one chooses to drive a car, one takes on the responsibility of following traffic laws. If one chooses to own a gun, one chooses to take on that responsibility of storing firearms safely. Unfortunately, most people do not even know about this responsibility in law. The last time I spoke before this board, I told the story of when my father got drunk and threatened to kill himself with his shotgun that was not stored safely. I've since found out that my mother hid the gun below the bedspread and sat on it. Can you imagine? 2 children in the house, a drunk husband looking for his gun. This potential tragedy would have been completely prevented with safe storage. Laws have no impact if they are not understood. Folks do not know about this law. I have seen no PSAs, no billboards, nothing. By not informing parents of this law, my mother's terror will be repeated, or, God forbid, worse. Drunk parents are not that rare. Please educate our parents to help keep our children safe. Jeffco R1 is all about the safety of children and the education of everyone. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you all very much. All right, welcome.
Hello, my name is Mia White, and I will be a senior at Dakota Ridge High School next year. My focus today is Jeffco's actions to minimize the effects of diesel emissions from school buses on children, and to propose a reduced idling policy to minimize effects further. Per the National Institutes of Health, studies completed in 1988 and 2001 have linked occupational exposure to diesel engine emissions with an elevated risk of lung cancer, and have demonstrated that diesel exhaust contains several air pollutants, including sulfur dioxide and fine particulate matter, that have been associated with the exacerbation of asthma. A 2001 study by the National Resources Defense Council showed that a child riding inside a diesel school bus may be exposed to as much as 4 times the level of diesel exhaust as someone riding in a car ahead of it. Per the study, the exposure of children to diesel emissions for 1 to 2 hours a day, 180 days a year for 10 years, can result in 23 to 46 additional lung cancer deaths per 1 million children. Diesel vehicles are also major sources of harmful pollutants such as ground-level ozone and particulate matter, contributing to the pollution of air, water, and soil, reductions in visibility, and global climate change. Jeffco applied for the first round of the EPA Clean School Bus Program but was not awarded funding. They are now looking at all future grants and opportunities for funding that to transition their fleet of diesel buses to electric ones. This is a commendable step, but the work does not stop there. Thus, I propose a reduced idling policy as an intermediary measure to limit impacts on human health and the environment, while Jeffco is considering all options for future funding. The EPA advocates for this policy, recommending that school buses turn off their engines as soon as possible when inside school zones, with more guidelines for inclement weather outlined on their sample policy on their website. This minimizes emissions and wasted fuel while a bus is loading and unloading students. This policy requires no additional infrastructure to implement, and it is possible this could be financially beneficial to the district due to the reduction in wasted fuel. I commend Jeffco for their actions in seeking funding for the electric vehicles, and I hope you will consider these smaller steps in the meantime to protect the health of students, bus drivers, community members, and the environment as a whole. Even though they're smaller, any changes will have an impact. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mia. Welcome.
I'm Judy Brandberg, and I'm speaking on behalf of Alexandria School of Innovation and John Dewey Institute. And I live in Littleton, and I'm grateful to be here. Thank you so much for the opportunity to present our charter applications. Alexandria School of Innovation, a STEM-based school, and John Dewey Institute, a school for students on the autism spectrum, for location at Red Rocks Ranch and Leiden Rock. We ask you to approve our charter applications for all 4 schools. At the last board meeting, the Jeffco Board of Directors expressed questions about approving a conditional charter application. ASI and JDI would welcome the opportunity to have conditional charter approval with reasonable timelines for opening the charter with reasonable goals. ASI and JDI would keep you posted on our progress until all conditions are satisfactorily met. In alignment with the Jeffco Thrives 2025 strategic plan, we would offer 4 extraordinary choice school options to provide a world-class education that prepares all Jeffco students for bright and successful futures as local and global citizens. It is our goal to see that many of the families who left the Jeffco School District in recent years would return to the Jefferson County School District because of these extraordinary options in choice education. Thank you very much for considering our choice in charter schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that's all I have on my piece of paper. Is there anyone else that had gotten a number, late addition? Okay, great. Thank you for everyone who came to spend time sharing with the board. We appreciate your engagement. And I got it. All right, so we're going to move on to the next part of our agenda, which is leadership reports and updates from board members and from the superintendent. And we're going to start with board members so that we can inform one another and the general public about goings-on and what we're focused on. So is there any board member that would like to begin this evening? Director Parker.
Thank you. I would like to take my opportunity to address the people who have come before us today and speak to us with their concerns. I really appreciate it when the community comes forward, and I wish more people would. So if you can spread the word and let others know that this is part of our regular meetings. I would like to say that it strikes me that 3 of the groups that did come up were talking about safety. And mostly when you think about schools, you think about academics, which obviously is an important thing. But the comments that we frequently hear and the emails, correspondence that we get are very heavily geared towards safety. I'd like to say personally, I taught parenting classes for 21 years, from parents of toddlers and infants up to parents of teens, preparing them to go away to college, talking about such mundane but very common things as how to get your child to do homework, all through the topics like suicide, which were much more serious. Also, for 16 years, I was a court-appointed special advocate for neglected and abused children. And my experience there led me to have a lot of experience with trusted adults. And I would like to say that I was a trusted adult in the lives of so many children. 2 of the kiddos that I worked with for almost 5 years, they had been put up for adoption when they were infants. They had been abused by their adoptive parents, and from the time that they were brought into protective services, they were placed in 7 different homes. Honestly, I don't see how those 2 kiddos would ever trust an adult of any kind again. So I'm very familiar with the concerns around trusted adult. The communication I did have with Mr. Muma did, for me, highlight my desire that we train parents and children on how to tell if someone is a trusted adult. Obviously, you can't just put up a sign and say, trust me. That's not enough. I'm very happy to say that I've been working with the school board, the other members, and the district staff in coordination with Safer Communities 5280 that does training for parents on how to teach your kids to look for signs of inappropriate behavior by neighbors or other family members or anybody. And I am happy to say that I know that the school district is going to take steps to make that part of the training that we do around our curriculum. We agree in so many things. We do. Everybody wants our kids to be safe. We want them to be safe in school. We want them to be safe at home. In addition, I am a member of Moms Demand Action, and I was one of the founders of the Columbine Moms Demand Action group. So gun safety is another area that you'll see me speak up a lot on. So I am excited that you all have come before us and have told us of your concerns. And I want you to know that for 37 years, all of my volunteer activity has been focused on supporting families, supporting parents, and protecting children. I will continue to make that a focus in my role on the school board. And again, thank you so much for your passion and your commitment to keeping our kids safe and to get them the education they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Parker. Another board member, updates or comments, whatever you want. Or nothing, it's fine too. Yeah. Okay. All right, hearing none. I'll turn it over to Superintendent Dorland.
Thank you, Superintendent. It's the alliteration. Thank you, President Schooley. If your last name didn't start with S, I wouldn't do that every time. It's been a great month for me. I had some time off, which was really lovely and nice, and was able to re-energize and rest, and came back feeling very refreshed and ready, and jumped right into planning for the 23-24 school year. And so I just want to take a couple of minutes to share with you some exciting things that have happened in June and work that we're preparing for as we enter July and August. This year, per a request from our school leaders, we were able to give them and their teams, their assistant principals and their instructional coaches, a head start on the focus for the 23-24 school year. And that happened early on in June. We had a day of grounding them in what some of our major work will be going into 23-24. And our efforts next year will be targeted on a focus for student outcomes with two major initiatives. The first one being schools creating the conditions for student outcomes, and our efforts here at the Ed Center, even amidst budget reductions as we go into next year, organizing our central services in support of schools so they can focus on, and our instructional leaders can focus on instructional excellence and ultimately student outcomes. So we're really excited about that work. We're really happy that we were able to give our school leaders and our central leaders sort of a runway and a head start, and knowing that this is going to be our area of emphasis next year. Right now, we are focused quite a bit on planning for our leadership launch, which is in middle of July. Board members have been invited to the kickoff day. I hope you can make it. If you cannot, it's okay. But we wanted you all to know that you're welcome to join us for our keynote speech and our superintendent message. And then we also are spending some time this summer focusing on supports and leadership development for our central leaders who work year-round and don't necessarily have a summer break. And so that work has been really good and a great opportunity to spend time with folks in the central services who really do the work to support our schools and making sure that we're investing in them as Team Jeffco as well. So we're excited, looking forward to July, and really just kind of head down with the team right now, doing a ton of planning, and very much looking forward to the July leadership launch and the many events that happen after that as we head into the start of the school year to welcome our staff, our students, our families, and we'll continue to keep you posted over the summer as necessary, but look forward to your meetings beginning again in August.
Great, thank you so much. My kids asked me, how many meetings do you have in July? I said, none, except one. Now it's on my calendar, so now I have one. That's okay. Great, any other comments or questions around this leadership updates? All right, so we're gonna move on in the agenda for our first, our next agenda item. So as a reminder to the board and our listening public, on March 15th, 2023, the board received charter school applications for the following schools: ASI West Lakewood Jeffco PK through 14, JDI West Lakewood Jeffco PK through 14, ASI Leiden Rock Jeffco PK through 14, and JDI Leiden Rock Jeffco PK through 14. We held a community meeting at our meeting on May 12th, and at the June 7th study session, the board received the recommendations of staff and District Accountability Committee on this topic. Tom McMillan and Judy Tollison will briefly review the proposed resolutions and are available to address any remaining questions that the board may have prior to the vote this evening. And as a reminder to the public, the board has exclusive authority to approve charter applications in Jeffco. It requires a vote of the board to do so. So before I hand this over to Mr. McMillan and Ms. Tollison, Superintendent Dorland, is there anything you would like to add?
Thank you, President Schooley. First, I'd like to say thank you to the leadership for the Alexandria School of Innovation and John Dewey Institute for submission of their applications and their interest in Jeffco Public Schools. I would also like to express sincere appreciation to our District Accountability Committee members who spent a lot of time and commitment and intentionality in reviewing the application and providing the board their recommendation. Mr. McMillan and Counselor Tullison also spent a good amount of time, in addition to others on our legal team and many in our various departments, reviewing different sections within the application based on the expertise that they lead for our district. And so I just want to express appreciation for the time, energy, effort, and commitment that has gone into a thorough and timely review and thoughtful recommendation to our Board of Education. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to Mr. McMillan.
Good evening, members. Thank you. I'm Tom McMillan, Community Superintendent for Charter Schools here in Jeffco. Thank you for your time this evening, and I want to acknowledge that I know you have done some very deep dives into the materials that were provided by our applicants, as have staff and legal counsel, as well as members of the DAC. I would say that between staff and legal counsel and members of the DAC, there have been hundreds of person hours devoted to these applications. We wanted to do a deep dive because the applicants deserve that. It's also national and state best practice to do so. So you saw last month a number of analyses that were provided both by staff and by the DAC. You saw rubrics last time where each of the elements that are set forth in statute were evaluated. You saw staff recommendations that were presented to Cabinet. And now what you see before you tonight are the recommendations or the recommended resolutions that we're presenting to you for your consideration for your adoption and discussion tonight. So happy to answer any questions about that. And I know Ms. Tollison is available also. So.
Okay, board members, any questions, comments, clarifications that are needed before we move into a motion? Do you have a motion? Yes, motion. Great. You don't have to do that now. I just want to make sure. Any questions or comments?
Yep, I'd just like to make a comment. I do appreciate that choice is very much a part of Jeffco schools, and that approximately 46% of our families do choice into other neighborhood schools, another 10% specifically into charter schools. And I served on a charter school board, and I served on the Jefferson Consortium, helping to lead that group as well. So I am a very big supporter of charters and high quality education that Jeffco Schools provides through our choice options. So I think we always want to be focused that we want to provide great opportunities for kids and great choices for children. And I think that's what our job is. And so I look forward to any discussion that we are going to have in regards to these applications. But I think we also need to honor the statutes, the best practices that you have highlighted, Tom, and how we do evaluate charters and the DAC work, as well as staff's work. And so I believe that we need to keep the highest standards for our families. And I appreciate all the work that you guys did in honor of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Miller. Other comments, questions, clarifications? Director Parker.
I just want to thank our staff and the DAC committee for all the work they did put into this. I did read through the original application. It was very extensive, very detailed, and I appreciate that they went beyond just reading it, but going further and asking questions of the requester, and also they're more knowledgeable of the state statutes than I am. So I really appreciate the recommendations that you've brought forward.
Any other questions, comments before we call for a motion? Okay. Is there a motion on this agenda item?
I move to approve the resolutions as presented on board docs, denying the charter applications of the Alexandria School of Innovation and the John Dewey Institute.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, it has been moved and seconded that the board will deny the charter applications as presented. Roll call, please, Ms. Zapata.
Ms. Miller,
Yes.
Ms. Parker,
Yes.
Ms. Reed,
Yes.
Ms. Schooley,
Yes.
Dr. Barta.
Yes.
Great. And thank you again to our applicant for being so responsive, and thank you to your leadership in this process. Much appreciated. All right, do we need a break? Go on to the next agenda item? Okay, we're going to roll. Here we go. So the next item on tonight's agenda is for the board to vote on the staff recommendation made on June 7th, 2023 to close Moore Middle School at the end of the 23-24 school year and to reconfigure Pomona High School to serve grades 6 through 12 in the 24-25 school year. In addition to the materials the board received on June 7th, estimated costs for facility projects at Pomona were included in slide 4 of the presentation on this agenda item, which was posted publicly on June 16th, 2023. As a reminder to the board and the listening public, on May 24th, 2022, the Board of Education, 2023. The Board of Education held a public hearing for policy FCB to hear from the public regarding the closure of Moore Middle School. This followed meetings of Pomona Area School Accountability Committees, several community events, and a presentation by the Articulation Area principals to the board in its study session on May 3rd. Before I hand this over to Ms. Relu, Superintendent Dolan, is there anything you'd like to add?
I just want to highlight this as what I think is a very positive collaboration between district leadership, school leadership, and community. I want to thank my team who worked very hard and in a very side-by-side and supportive way with leadership at Pomona High School, Moore Middle School, and all principals in the Pomona articulation area, including the elementary principals as well. I'd like to thank Pat Rock, the principal of Pomona, and Brenda Fletcher, the principal of Moore. And in particular, I would like to thank both the Pomona and the Moore staffs for their patience with our process, their openness to dialogue with us, and providing us honest feedback as we went through this process. So I feel that this is a process that has been solution-oriented, with leadership commitment and engagement and collaboration with district leadership. And I'm looking forward to the board's discussion. We have Ms. Relu here to answer questions. And so we'll be available for you as you have your discussion to answer questions. Ms. Takar has also been working very closely on this project with Mr. Rock and the Pomona community. And so they're well positioned to answer anything that you may want to ask or discuss this evening. And so with that, I don't believe we have a long presentation this evening because we have studied this quite a bit and provided you a lot of information over the last several months. But we are here to support you. Ms. Relu?
Thank you, Superintendent Dorland and President Schooley. Thank you for having us here tonight. And I echo Superintendent Dorland's words of thanks to the principals in the Pomona area, Pat Rock, the principal at Pomona, Brenda Fletcher at Moore, and Tamsin Stokes, who will be our interim principal at Moore next year. I also want to thank the board for the great questions you've asked along the way. I think it was Dr. Varda at some point in this ROFS process who said to us, well, what ideas could come from the community? And I think this is a really great example of an idea that came directly from the community to solve a challenge that they feel every day. And they wanted to get ahead of the district in terms of coming up with their own solution. So it's been a real honor to work with them. And Claire has really done most of the work here, and so really appreciate all that she's done, and we can definitely answer your questions tonight. I did hand out a sheet to each of you. It was attached in your administrative content yesterday, and we will make it public, but it provides to you basically all the money that has, from the CIP that has been spent on Moore Middle School to date and what is remaining. And that's a big part of what we want to share and talk about with you today is the facility improvements the facility projects we are suggesting at Pomona to accommodate the school as a 612, and we'll also talk a little bit about how we plan to pay for those. So as a reminder, the board passed a resolution on ROFS Phase 2, and we set forward, the board set forward priorities that included consolidation recommendations for K and middle schools on the basis of urgent unsustainable enrollment, initiation by a school community, or driven by the CDE accountability clock. Recommended closure of Moore Middle School hits both the unsustainable enrollment, as Moore it will be the smallest middle school in the district this year, this coming school year, and this was also a something that came to us by way of the community. So our recommendation is that at the end of this coming school year, so the 23-24 school year will be business as usual for Moore Middle School, while the district provides some additional supports and resources the school at a level in which it can continue to operate and offer great experiences for kids. And part of that is that they will get some of those experiences up at Pomona. And then we will be working with the communities and with Pomona Pomona's team to really design and develop that 612 school that will open in the 24-25 school year. We've talked a little bit about why this is off cycle from a fall recommendation that we might make to you in August, but we have it's because we are needing some more time to promote the school, to do the design, and we want to give the community time to do that. So the facility investments that we have been working with the school has a design advisory group. Claire's been attending that along with our facilities team and folks at the school itself. And the things that we are looking at doing are enhancing the 6th and 7th grade wing, which will be separate from the rest of the school. The school will operate those grades on a different bell schedule as well, so there won't be common passing times for students in 6th and 7th grade as there are for kids in grades 8 through 12. And there will be a distinct drop-off and entrance area for grades 6 and 7, and we will work on traffic flows, but that's something that we need to consider for the facility. The cafeteria space is a bit small right now because a lot of the kids eat lunch off campus, so they're not accommodating a lot of kids in the cafeteria now for lunch. However, we're going to do some expansion of the cafeteria space so that we can accommodate, obviously, the kids in grades 6, 7, and 8 and 9 don't drive. So they'll need more space to eat in the school. And then we'll do some improvements for the SSN program facilities to accommodate the additional class of students that's going to be coming from Moore. There is currently an SSN program at the high school that will continue to stay there, and the two programs will not be we will not be mixing the students into one classroom. We'll have distinct classrooms. And then we do anticipate that some additional needs may emerge. So the cost estimate that we have in hand is $1.8 to $2.5 million. According to the information that we have shared with you regarding what has been spent and not spent at Moore, we believe we have about $1.8 million that we could apply from Moore that has not yet been spent to what needs to be done at Pomona. So the investment, therefore, it could be a bit more than what we have in hand, but we're hopeful that we're able to apply most of what has not yet been spent at Moore to pay for these improvements that we're talking about at Pomona. I'm happy we have the whole deck from last time. I'm happy to go through any of that, and I would also be happy to answer any questions you have or phone a friend if Claire and I cannot answer your questions.
All right, board members, questions, comments, clarifications? Yep, Director Barda.
On the budget, where in here, there's something for food service equipment, but where is it the cafeteria changes? I don't really see them.
Sorry, what you have in hand is only what was allocated for Moore Middle School. So that it will not be that amount has been transferred to another school for I think it's $63,000 you're looking at. We don't have a breakout of these exact costs, like in terms of they've been we were provided with an estimate. Claire can maybe speak to a little bit more about what this scope would cost, and that's 1.8 to 2.5 million. We're still getting down to I believe, finalizing the how it's going to be done. So we can get the breakout costs for like the cafeteria, for example, but all of this should fit within that 1.8 to 2.5.
And how do we know all of this fits within that? I don't see a budget.
Sorry.
I thought we were going to have a budget of the cost.
A line item budget
of the cost of this work.
Speak to that.
So as part of the DAG's work, the architect group did look at the costs and do more detailed cost proposals. We didn't include that in the budget for tonight, but we do have estimates about what each component of those bullet points would cost. So happy to share that.
Yeah, we can. Yeah, go ahead, Trace.
I think what's hard about this, and it was a lesson learned from phase 1 too, is how much design work do you do to get to detail prior to knowing if this is the direction we're going to go? And so what we did at Pomona was and if I'm misspeaking, I'm hoping that somebody, Jeff, David, or Tim will jump in, but we convened a DAG. And we basically said, if we are going to merge these two schools and have the 6th, 7th, and 8th graders come in to this part of the building, which we've shown you all on maps, what would be the facility investments that we believe we need to make? They included investments that you see up here in mostly that wing of the school regarding entrance, safety, doorways, entryways to certain parts of the building. It also included some modifications to the cafeteria space for an increase in students, especially younger students. And so as part of that process, we did have an architect on board who did rough order of magnitude costs. We have not done the design work because in order to do the design work, we're going to have to put more money into soft costs to get to better and more detailed designs along the way. And so that's why you see a range. And it's this balance of how much do you invest in design of projects that you may or may not be doing based on a board decision that is not yet made. And so maybe I'll look at David and just say, because you've been doing this work for a little while with Tim, is that right? And Tim, feel free to jump in as well. Jeff, I don't know how caught up to speed you are, given that you just started, so want to be respectful of that. But how confident are you guys in this range? Because when we talked about it, I think you all felt like we had some pretty good estimates, but they are still estimates, which is why we're giving you a range. We don't want to come in here and say to you, we can do all of this for 1.8 and then come back in 6 months if you approve this new configuration and say, actually, it's 2.3. Why? Well, because of inflationary costs over the last 6 months, possibly. And the other thing that's really unique about this project, and part of the reason we're bringing it to you tonight instead of in August, is because there is an important component of giving the folks who are part of this school community or these two school communities, this whole articulation area, the opportunity to be part of the planning. And so you could imagine if this is approved this evening by the board, that we then commission a planning team. And that planning team is going to talk about everything from how to transition the students. They're going to talk about safety. They're going to talk about curriculum. And guess what? They're probably also going to talk about the facility. And I could imagine that in the next 6 months, they come up with a really good idea about this stairwell or this piece of the cafeteria that they want something special in. And we want to leave some room for the opportunity the community might want to have to add some sort of investment that we haven't yet contemplated. And so we are in a gray space right now. And that is why you see this range in terms of the investment in Pomona. And I believe we probably have more detailed documents that we could get the board to show you what the architect's best thinking is today in terms of an estimate. What we also wanted to show you today was money in the program that has been allocated to more, that we are contemplating not investing in more, so that it could be transitioned and used to offset some of the estimated cost range that you see here for Pomona. And that's the handout that you have here today. Does that help, Director Varda?
And I have one follow-up question, but I just think after we voted on school closures, I was surprised by the costs of things, and so it would be as helpful as possible for this to be as detailed as we could get, but I realize tonight's the night. But I have a question also on the safety and security. I know that we've talked a little bit more about doing some modifications on safety for this next school year, but the budget here is set to not be spent there. So I'm wondering, how are we going to pay for any safety measures at Moore this year if we're not able to use this budget?
So I apologize that I gave you my sheet as well, but I believe there is actually still a line item for the vestibule on there. So we are still planning, I think it's we are still doing a vestibule this summer. So let's see where that is in the budget. Yeah. So we are definitely doing it. Or it will be done this summer at the school.
Do you have any other? Okay. Yep, Director Reed.
So I guess my biggest concern kind of is along the lines of that, and maybe you've already addressed it, but so we're reasonably confident that it would not be more than 2.5 million, because I think that's kind of been the surprise, is realizing, that we were told, okay, it's going to cost this much to get this school ready, and then it was quite a bit more, and so it would not go above the 2.5, even with inflation over the next 2 years as we work on these. That is absolutely the max that we would spend. And where are we thinking about that difference coming from between the 1.8 or close to 1.9 in the available funds from Moore?
Yes, so we will stay within this budget. That is our promise to you, and that is the expectation we have set with both the design advisory group at the school and the facilities team. So we are committed to that. In terms of where the money would come from, it would have to come from unallocated funding in the CIP. The difference.
And I'm going to add to that. I think it comes from unallocated, or as we begin to sunset this program and manage capital projects from our capital reserve. Remember, we're also talking about various other aspects of revenue that we're going to be generating into the capital reserve, including transfer of general funds on an annual basis, sale or lease of surplus properties, sale or lease of other parcels that we may own going into the cap reserve. And so while we're working toward the end of this program, we are also looking ahead at generating revenue for the future in cap reserve. And so it's going to need to come from capital funds of some sort that offset.
I appreciate a promise to stay within budget. And something that's coming to mind is we've also promised parents, like the separation for their 6th and 7th graders. I don't know a lot about the cafeteria needs, but I know it comes up a lot. So I think the uncertainty for me feels like wanting to make sure we keep those promises to parents, especially and the kids and families, so that they will have the experience that we're promising them by blending the 6th to 8th graders with the high schoolers. So to me, that feels like a little bit of the nebulous part, that I want to be able to promise to stay in budget, and I want to be able to promise to families that we're going to create the environment that we are saying. And it seems a little bit like we can't promise both those things without getting there. So I'm just acknowledging that it seems to me like we are going to have to experience some of this and see how it goes, but I don't want those promises to families to be cut back if we start getting faced with these other challenges. So
Yeah, thank you for that, Dr. Varda. And I think that is really why we did spend the time to bring an architect in. It wasn't just an internal team that says, oh, ballpark, this might cost. Like we really did have the design advisory group walk them through those expectations, and think through like how we could do that separation in a way that, the school, the good news is that the school is already sort of laid out in a way that lends itself to this. I think the cafeteria space is very small. If any of you have visited that, initially we were looking at like, well, we need to build outside, but really there is an area that they call it the senior commons. It's separated. I'm sure you know the school very well, by like a school store area, and it was actually a student's idea that be removed and the two areas be linked together. So I think that we have taken the time, or as much time as we've, and a small amount of initial funds to invest in having someone to come out and look at the space, look at what we want to do and price it for us in a way that we feel confident about the numbers that we're providing before a board vote and commitment to doing the project.
Thanks, Dr. Varda. Yep. Dr. Miller. There we go.
Doctors, superintendents, we're just everywhere. So a couple things on the document that you just gave us, in the first paragraph where it says, post-election and due to the premium received on the first issuance, all project budgets were increased by 5%. That's the first time I've ever heard that.
Okay.
And that is a little bit daunting for me to understand how I'm just learning that now. It's just a side comment. The cafeteria, what was the original sizing for Pomona? How many kiddos did we envision that we were going to have?
You mean how many high school students can the school fit right now?
Yeah.
Almost 2,000.
So the cafeteria was sized for what, 50% of those children that would be I don't know if you know that or not.
I don't
Lisa.
know that. I don't know if someone else Paula attended. Sorry.
The cafeteria is currently the original size that it was when I was a student there, and that was before extensive expansions done in the mid-90s.
Okay, thank you. So, small. Okay, so the increase in the size is necessary in order to serve the children from the whatever 10:45 we start feeding children lunch till whatever time.
It is really, really small.
Okay.
I invite you to visit it, but for a high school cafeteria itself, I think it is very small.
Okay. I would like to echo Dr. Varda's point about what we have promised, and yet being cognizant that we now have a lot of earmarked projects that are going to cost us money that we don't have. And I agree with what you've said, Superintendent Dorland, that we have, ideally, if we can sell properties and lease, but we don't have that in hand. And so that amount is dwindling rapidly. And I just want to make sure that we keep our eye on the ball, that we have these other obligations that we've told people that we are going to meet. And not that I want to shortchange in any way, shape, or form, but the tighter the pencil is to making sure that I'd rather be closer to 1.8 and deliver what we promised than 2.5 that eats into other projects that we have promised to other people. So the other point I'm concerned about, I know we're going down the Capitol Road very quickly, but still understanding why when you look at the choicing out of this area is so concerning, and that has an impact for our 612 and servicing those children. And so I would hope that we are still walking hand in hand and trying to figure out why that is happening. I know that there's quite a few options around the Pomona area, but that still is disconcerting that we have not addressed. And so we can do all the capital investment we want, but if we don't address why, then it's for naught. That's my concern. So that's just an aside as well.
Thank you, Director Miller. And I think that through this process, we've gained a lot of anecdotal information about why people are making the choices that they're making in that area. But as you all know, we are doing a comprehensive boundary study. Claire and I just spoke to the boundary study folks this week about specifically what we want to look into around why people are making the choices that they're making for their families around schools, and how we can do that both through the quantitative data that we have, as well as focus groups with families. So we will be engaging the board more in that discussion around the specific questions and what we're learning as well. But I do feel that we are going into this with our eyes open around why folks are making the decisions that, some of them at least, are making the decisions that they're making, and a real true commitment to strengthening the pipeline of families in Pomona who choose Pomona area schools. And it is showing that pride and providing information about what the school will provide, and also the opportunity to design the school to meet families' needs.
Right, and I understand that. I think the challenge is understanding what happens at Moore, or what has happened at Moore, in terms of why people are leaving or have choiced away from the middle school, and making sure that whatever we can do to support the 6 through 8 at Pomona that addresses any of those, like the curriculum continuum, which I think is a very interesting component that you all have been talking about. How do you make the 6-12 a comprehensive curriculum? How do you ensure the students are getting what they need, what the safety that I think Dr. Varda has brought up, what we're promising to parents, that their kids feel safe in that space, and what we can learn from other 6-12s of excellence. And so that's the next thing I would hope that we would have from you all is, okay, we've got the facility concept, but what are we actually doing curriculum-wise and program-wise and security-wise and support-wise? And it's not going to be marketing. It's going to be actually delivery and what we're offering. And so we can market till the cows come home, but if it's not a product that people are going to want and be attracted to, it's not going to be what we want it to be. So
I do also want to, just because, and this is not specific to this articulation area, but to remind the listening public and the board that we also have included in the phase 2 Roth's resolution that this board passed, directive. I always feel feels weird to say it that way, but a request, a strongly worded request, to have the district bring us 3 to 4 articulation areas that we will be paying sort of the deeper dive based on data around some of these issues that you're talking about. And again, while that may or may not include Pomona, I have, that there is that intention, both on the board's end and for district leadership, to be able to really figure out how these pieces are working together, so that, because it's not a Band-Aid of one thing, is something that is much deeper, and how we can best support work in those specific articulation areas to help make them thrive. So just to, as a layer of the work that is ongoing, in partnership or sort of alongside some of these decisions we're making.
Absolutely. It's this one though is in the I don't have an 11. Yeah, it's here. So yeah, thank you. Okay, thanks.
Any other? Yep, Director Parker.
I just wanted to follow up on what you were saying about the boundary studies that is going on, and that the work towards finding out why parents are choosing. Are you contemplating using some, like an RFP out there for some company that does that kind of survey?
So in the spring, I believe, or maybe even late last year, we did an RFP for the boundary study. I believe you all approved the contract, and it includes a company that does the surveying, they do the public perception work. So that's included with Flow Analytics. They're using GBSM to do that work. They've partnered with a company.
Because I'm interested too, not just on the perception of this is a good school or whatever, but also things like the curriculum that we're using, the literacy, and math curriculum, because we're heading towards having some consistency from elementary, middle, and high, which I think really helps a lot. And so I'm not sure parents are even aware of that consideration, that if they have their kid in elementary school here and they're contemplating a really good school for middle school that doesn't have the same curricula, that maybe that's going to be harder for their kids. Or it's just, I want to make sure we're including lots of things when we're surveying parents, finding out what they're currently using for their decisions and maybe showing them some other things or opening their eyes to other considerations.
Thank you.
That's great.
I just wanted to say thank you for your work, especially both of you, in helping the community facilitate all these discussions. And I attended a number of them kind of as a parent, a lot of them. So it was really nice to see the input that was prompted by the community and that the meetings were there in the schools and they were pretty well attended. So I really appreciate that. And I do think it was a good example of community input, and I hope that we can continue that process as we think about our schools and how community can help problem solve. And I'll just say it, and I know it's a total broken record, but I remain concerned about next year and our transition year for these kids there. And I want to keep it high on our radar that I want to make sure we're still creating a really great experience for them and their families, and thinking about what it feels like to be at a school that isn't transition, but also changing, the kind of dynamics of what the kids are going to experience. And just making sure that we are paying really close attention to making sure they all have teachers. I know that sounds like an odd statement to make, but you know why I'm saying that. And I just really, really want to make sure that that's high on our priority list. So I'll probably keep asking about that throughout all of next year.
Thank you.
Sorry, I was just checking in on timelines for some different monitoring reports, other information the board receives, because what I'm hearing, I think beyond some need for numbers and concern around some of the construction-related issues, is that not just with this that's in front of us today, but also, I will just say, going back to November, we're making a lot of very big decisions that have real impacts on children and families, and it's hard to know, how will we know if this happens in a way that's good for kids? How will we know? And we want to know because we want 100%, I guarantee you, everybody sitting up here and here wants what's best for kids. And so what I'm wondering is what we may need as a board is to figure out a schedule of check-ins around how things are going, how things are progressing, and the impact that that's having. Not so with the decisions that we made for round 1 in November, figuring out and deciding on a timeline for when we can be updated about that, and then any decisions that are made for round 2, because there are some very specific things we put into the resolution for phase 1 that have been integrated into monitoring reports and presentations in front of the board. But I think that erring on the side of telling us how it's going and how we can best support this work, because I think we all feel the gravity of these decisions that we're making and want to, not that we don't trust what's happening is happening, but to make sure that we're part of that conversation more regularly, I think would be appreciated. So we can work on doing that perhaps collaboratively and get that in front of us more frequently would be awesome.
Absolutely.
Are there other questions, concerns, things that you would like for our friends to clarify? Okay. Is there a motion on this agenda item?
I move to approve the resolution as presented in board docs closing Moore Middle School at the end of the 2023-24 school year.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Okay. Hearing none, it has been moved and seconded that the board approve the resolution as presented in board docs. Roll call, please, Ms. Zavada.
Ms. Miller,
Yes.
Ms. Parker,
Yes.
Ms. Reed,
Yes.
Ms. Schooley,
Yes.
Dr. Varda.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you both for all of your work. We really appreciate it. And a big thanks to the school leadership in the Pomona articulation area. They've been pretty incredible. Okay, I'm going to break now. No? Okay, great. No breaks for anyone here. We're going to move on. The next portion of our meeting is reserved for the board to have the opportunity to discuss, make any comments prior to the vote around the negotiated agreement for Jefferson County Education Association, JCEA. The district and JCEA negotiating teams reached tentative agreement on compensation and benefits for licensed educators for the 23-24 school year in accordance with the master agreement. Before we begin with the board discussion, Superintendent Dorland, is there anything you would like to add?
Thank you. I'm excited to hear the board comments or discussion about the negotiated agreement, and looking forward to your decision on this really important issue. I want to celebrate the fact that I believe the process with our JCEA partners this year was much improved from the prior year and the year before, and I'm very grateful for their partnership in making the improvements to our process together to get to where we are today. I also want to just really thank the two teams that came together to do the work. It was a lot of work. Ms. Perazio is here tonight in case you have questions, and Ms. Copeland as well, especially if you have questions about the financial implications of the agreement. But it was very time consuming, and a lot of effort was made to build relationship and figure out how do we work together to talk about hard issues. And so I'd like to thank our team who represented the district, and I'd also like to thank the JCEA team who came to the table for many hours and worked very hard to find common ground and common interests. So with that, I'll hand it back over to you, President Schooley, and just know for you and the board, we have some friends here. If you have questions, I can probably answer a lot of them for you, but we also have these two who can help us. So thank you for being here.
Yes, these two are helpful. All right, board members, we have content that's in the resolution in board docs for review. Are there any comments or discussion items that you would like to bring up before we move into any motion that may be called on this topic? Yep, Director Reed.
So yes, I would like to congratulate you guys and the JCEA team for coming to an agreement that works for everyone to the best of our ability within some pretty limited resources. And JCEA and Jeffco have had over 5 decades of collaborating together and coming to negotiated agreements. And I think that that's a history that we can be really proud of. I think we remain in this sort of tense place between what we are able to offer and what our educators deserve for the work that they do, and being competitive in the metro area for being able to compete for the best teachers out there and to continue to keep the amazing teachers that we have. So my hope, just going forward, it's not really about this negotiation or this contract, but I think we are going to have to do some work as a district to figure out that revenue side so that we can ease that tension a little bit and be able to have more room for the compensation piece of negotiation. And certainly the negotiation for the rest of it really did go just amazingly well, I thought. And I think we're all trying to pull in the same direction, which feels really good.
Thank you, Director Reed. Any other comments or discussion items, questions, if you'd like? Director Parker.
I also want to thank you and congratulate you for all your hard work. I did take the opportunity to watch quite a bit, and so I am aware of how much time you put in on the screen, and there was a lot of blank time there, hours and hours, that I know you were working behind. So thank you for that. And I just wanted to ask, when is it that the whole contract is up for negotiation or whatever?
It is up this next spring, so we will start, I believe, in February, if not earlier. The entire negotiated agreement will be open for next year.
And how does that impact the negotiations? I mean, is it like 5 times a week you have to do it, or how much more time is
If so, we should ask Dr. Kim to find another volunteer. Just kidding. I am more than happy to be here as much as I need to be. I believe that in the past they have started a little bit earlier on each team, taking a look at each article and what we might want to bring to the table for different language to be added or revised. So that part, as far as our individual work, I think might start a little bit earlier, and then coming together at the table. I was actually just reviewing several past years of agendas just earlier this afternoon, and it does look like they've started even in full openers in February, and still once a week, 5 hours each night. So we'll get it done.
Yeah, I see. I remember not much else except it got done when we did that, I think, once. Any other questions or comments? Director Miller.
I do want to thank you for the work. My concern is that over the past 2 years, with the compensation that we have provided, we've put ourselves in a very financially challenging space. And so I think that, as Director Reed mentioned, that we have finite resources and they are getting more shallow. And so if we are going to be considering asking for support from the community, I think we're going to have to figure out how we show the community that that investment is actually benefiting the children in academics and growth and outcomes. And if there is the potential to have that partnership when it opens next year for the full contract, how do we walk together in that space? Because I see over the past 3-4 years, the compensation has certainly increased, and I think people have worked hard to bring it to a center space of where we should be in the front range, but that has not proven to be beneficial for our children in terms of growth and academic experience. So that is a disappointment for me, and I am concerned that we are spiraling with the financial investment, that we're going to have to figure out how to talk to our community about that investment and the return on that investment.
Other board members? And I will just say, yep, one more round of gratitude for the time spent. And I do appreciate that relationships are so incredibly important in the work of negotiating anything. And so the time spent, whether it's at the table or developing relationships with our colleagues in other ways that help us to define those shared interests, which are 100% about students, and move to work for the good of those students is awesome. And I also want to just continue to ground this board in our governing statement, because it, one, is all about focusing on students within available means. And that has not necessarily been the way that we've operated in the past. And I think there have been ways in which we have needed to level set in different times and create a competitive environment for attracting and retaining really talented individuals to work with our students. And I think that governing statement is just going to have to be centered really strongly as we move forward. So with that, is there a motion? And if I cut anyone off that wanted to say something, just let me know. Otherwise, is there a motion on this agenda item?
I move to approve the resolution as presented in board docs, approving the tentative agreement and revised contract language between the Jefferson County Education Association and the district.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, it has been moved and seconded that the board will approve the resolution as presented in board docs. Roll call, please, Ms. Savada.
Ms. Miller?
No.
Ms. Parker?
Yes.
Ms. Reed?
Yes.
Ms. Schooley?
Yes.
Dr. Varda?
Yes.
Great. Thank you both for your work. But don't go anywhere, Ms. Copeland.
You stay here.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's in order. Don't go. All right. The final discussion or action item of tonight's meeting is an opportunity for the Board of Education to ask any remaining questions they may have prior to voting on the 23-24 budget. As a reminder to our listening public, the proposed budget for the July 1, 23 through June 30th, 24 fiscal year was presented for study on May 3rd of this year and was subsequently revised as permitted by state statute and presented via board docs on June 7th. Staff are present to answer any remaining questions the board may have prior to the vote. This agenda item will be briefly introduced by Ms. Copeland. Before I hand it over to our friends, Superintendent Dorland, is there anything you'd like to add?
Yes, thank you. I want to acknowledge that we as a large organization do have a very large and complicated budget. And you all are very wary of that, and want to appreciate the time that you've spent studying, asking questions, and getting to know and understand the various components related to our budget, from our revenue to our expenditures to our reserves, and all the ins and outs of the components. It has been a pleasure for me to work with all of you. Your questions have really, I think, pushed both Ms. Copeland and me to get into the weeds, to answer, hopefully, your questions at the right level of detail, to be sense makers for you all as decision makers. In addition to that, I just want to acknowledge Ms. Copeland's work on this budget in particular. It's the third budget that I have been a part of in Jeffco. The first one was sort of done when I got here, and I had some influence over it. Last year's budget, I think, was a good budget, and we brought you and made sense for you as much as we could at the time. And I want to just share with you that I feel like this is the most transparent, detail-oriented, and comfortable budget, not necessarily from the fund balance perspective, but from the ins and outs of what Ms. Copeland and I now know and understand about the financials in this district that I have been able to present in Jeffco. And so I just want to thank Ms. Copeland and her team. I want to call out Brian Salmons. They have done incredible work to not only implement a system, technology system that allowed us to get to this level of detail and transparency, but the amount of hours and intention that they put into this budget is incredible and above and beyond. And so thank you. Yeah.
Sure. I don't have too many comments. I did want to just point out there are 3 resolutions for your consideration this evening. The first is the formal budget adoption and appropriation resolution, and that would provide a total appropriation for next year of $1.45 billion. And then there is the authorization to use a portion of beginning fund balance, which is statutorily required, separate resolution relating to any fund balance that we planned to deploy next year. And the total on that document is $95 million. And so, of course, the 95 is part and parcel of this total appropriation here. And then lastly, there's a resolution regarding the supplemental contributions towards the capital improvement program, which is a new resolution this year, sort of a one-time deal relating to our capital investments. And with that, I'm going to thank you all for your attention. You've listened to many presentations from us. Hopefully you feel like you have the information you need, but I am absolutely happy to answer questions if you have them.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Copeland. Thanks for your work and your team's work. Because I agree, in looking through this, it's a level of transparency and translatability that is greatly welcome, because our general public should be able to understand what's happening here. Board members, questions, clarifications, comments? Director Parker.
Yes, thank you for all of this work and also for all the preparation leading to tonight. I wonder just if you could review a little bit about what might be different in the way the budget is put out this year as opposed to in the past. I know we had discussions about appropriated reserves and that difference, but are there others that we should be reminded of?
Sure. I think you've really touched on the primary one. So we did speak in our last meeting about
the appropriated reserves. And that category now includes things like Tabor, which even though we don't plan to spend it, is still an appropriated reserve. And CDE provides for a number of different reserve categories, including those that are not intended necessarily to be spent, but are part of the appropriation. That category does now include a small contingency line. Previously, we've carried the full extent of our contingency budget sort of as a budgeted expenditure. We still have some as a budgeted expenditure, but we've moved some into an appropriated reserve contingency. That also includes the school carry forward funds, which folks are very familiar with, funds that are underspent by schools in one year and thus are in the reserves of the district, but available to them in the subsequent year. And oftentimes those funds make it possible for schools to retain staff through an October count true up, even if that October count is lower than what they were budgeting or originally expecting for. So those funds almost always are spent on staff, to be perfectly frank, non-discretionary spending that enables us to maintain our services to students over the course of the year. So again, there's all those things are in that same category of appropriated reserves. The other kind of difference I would note is the resolution regarding contributions towards capital improvement. We spoke a bit about that the last meeting. And what this resolution in part does is it solidifies what has previously really just been a communication, and that was never part of a board resolution. It solidifies a commitment to a supplemental contribution to our capital improvement program, and it clarifies that contribution can be from more than one source, right? We don't want to create weird incentives to realize money in one place and transfer it into another. And because this board is facing the unusual circumstance of, and probably unanticipated circumstance of potentially material amounts of money flowing into the capital reserve fund next year if the property disposition processes that are underway result in any type of proceeds. Again, so this resolution kind of updates what was prior to now a communication regarding the sources of funding for the capital improvement program and supplementing the bond proceeds with $138 million in additional proceeds. So that's the synopsis. I hope that helps.
Other questions? Director Miller?
Keeping on that subject, if we might, for the resolution for the 138, and going back to the document you gave us last week, which kind of showed us year by year, I'm going to be a no on it this evening. And the reason is the following. When I went back and I was looking at what the CAC reports were saying, the contributions started in fiscal year, what I understood from Tim's notes and Steve's notes was in 20, not in year end 19. So I just want to make sure that we're really tracking it carefully and when it actually is contributed. The second component being the COP payment is an appropriation that we make under the lease. And so that comes from general fund, really. And it was never really, can't be dedicated to the SIP. And so the same with the loan payment of the 1.1 million or whatever it is that we're paying for the pool. That also is an appropriation. It's not really a part of the capital plan because it's an appropriation from the general fund as I read it. The loan payment says it comes from the cap.
All payments on any type of facility, lease, purchase, debt, et cetera, can either be made out of the debt redemption fund, the building fund, or the capital reserve fund. We don't make those payments out of the general fund.
Right, but we have, well, okay, we can talk about how the money flows. But my concern is that, we have to be clear about where that money was going to go for the SIP. And so that was not a part of what the program was in terms of how it was allocated. And so I struggle that X millions of dollars went to pay for the pool as well as for the cops, and not for the program that was highlighted in what we were going to be building. And so I'm going to be a no on this evening, but I just wanted to let you know why. And we don't have the report back yet from Moss Adams. So I don't know that we have I'd just like to have it all in front of me and understand.
Just as a point of clarification, Director Miller, when we are calling for the motion on this, do you want anything pulled from this? No. Correct. It's all at once. No, it's all at once. So I can see if there's any other comments to be made. Otherwise, we just need to amend it. I just want to make sure I'm clear on your intentions, your desire for pulling that piece or the whole no. Okay, got it. That makes that part easier. Yeah, whatever's easiest for me, clearly, is what rules the day. Other comments, questions for Ms. Copeland or for Superintendent, I suppose? Okay, is there a motion on this agenda item?
I move to approve the resolutions as presented in board docs adopting the budget and appropriation for the 2023-24 school year and to authorize by resolution the use of fund balance toward budgeted expenditures.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, it's been moved and seconded that the board approve the budget resolutions as presented in board docs. Roll call, please, Ms. Zavada.
Ms. Miller,
No.
Ms. Parker,
Yes.
Ms. Reed,
Yes.
Ms. Schooley,
Yes.
Dr. Varda.
Yes.
Great. Thank you so much, Ms. Copeland. Okay, I'm going to demand a 5-minute break, even if no one else wants one. And so we will return about 10 after 7, and we will go into the study session portion of our evening. Thank you. Great. Welcome back, everyone. We're going to move forward into the study session for the board. Our first item is around our Family Partnership Board resolution. As a reminder to the board and our listening public, on June 7th of this year, the board reviewed and made recommendations regarding a draft resolution to provide the superintendent and her staff with guidance on the scope of engagement and shared responsibilities available to strengthen collaborative partnerships with Jeffco families in support, always, of our students. We'll briefly go through the proposed resolution with the support of Ms. Terapena, Chief of Family, School, and Community Partnerships. Is that right? That's good. Okay. It's written different here, so I'm just going to start making up your title. And to address any remaining questions that the board may have prior to a vote. Before I begin, Superintendent Dorland, is there anything you'd like to add?
Yes, I'm grateful to the board for considering this resolution this evening, and thank you, Ms. Pena, for being here with us tonight. I would like to just emphasize that the strategic plan, Jeffco Thrives, has a component in it around our communities, our legacy, and the opportunity of a school district to partner with families and other entities within the community that want to support our schools, I think is critical to our success. I don't believe we can do it all alone. And I believe in Jeffco, we are very fortunate to have family participation, engagement, as well as all kinds of different community partnership and engagement. And so I'm grateful to that. I'm really grateful to the board for making a statement about family partnership, and looking forward to your discussion this evening.
Great. Thank you, Superintendent. So I'll just go through a couple of the highlights. And we, again, have had this discussion as a board before. So if there are additional edits or considerations that we want to make, we can lean or look toward Ms. Pena to help us capture those. Otherwise, we'll be voting on it, the iteration that's been uploaded into board docs. Just a couple of kind of high-level pieces. One is, with the resolution, the intention around this resolution is to do a few things. One is to emphasize that it is incredibly critical the district both provides an expansive set of ways in which parents, guardians, other family members, and community members can engage, and that we can be heard in terms of their wishes and wants with the students that they entrust in our care. And that relationship with parents and guardians, family members in the district is really critical to student outcomes, that we know that students thrive and are going to be more successful the more that we're partnering together in respectful and healthy ways. The other thing that's really elevated in here, beyond the values that we set as a board last fall, that really drives and guides this resolution is this notion that I know Ms. Pena works with on a probably hourly basis, but of knowing students by name, strength, and need, which I treasure because I think it's so incredibly important for our students in so many ways, that they're seen and that we're being responsive to what we can do to help support their success. So all of those things are in the whereases, and really it's saying two things. So one is that we're supporting accessible and meaningful opportunities for parents, guardians, and families to engage with the district in the ways that are outlined, and that we take this responsibility very seriously to listen to the diversity of opinions that represent our students and their needs, and that we have a lot. Jeffco is an incredibly wonderfully complicated, diverse county, and we have a lot of different families, a lot of different students, and that we take that responsibility seriously to listen and engage with individuals, and then ultimately make decisions in the best interest of all of our students. So with that little prelude, is there anything else that you would like to comment on that you are still having a challenge with before we move to a motion to vote on this resolution? Director Reed.
So I just want to say, because I'd spoken about this before, and this didn't come out like as a red line for me, so I was just trying to remember the difference between the two. I do feel like there is a bit more emphasis on the fact that there are diverse opinions, and that it's not just one group or another group that gets to have the total say, but that it recognizes that we have diverse families and diverse wants and needs, and allows every parent to engage in that process. We talked about the fact that you can't necessarily give everybody the voice or everybody what they want, but everybody gets that opportunity, and that we understand that because we're not always going to agree, there are going to be places where people might want something different, but we also do have policies that allow people to opt out of things or opt into things, and so I think we have mechanisms in place that I feel comfortable with.
Thank you, Director Reed. Any other comments before we call the motion? All right. Siri would like to have her voice heard. All right, this is on consent, isn't it? So there is not a motion for this, so never mind. Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Pena. I know, I'm just gonna keep sitting here until someone tells me what to do. Thank you very much for your help with that process. All right, and our next item, I think it says our final topic, and I just stuttered because I was like, I don't believe it's true. Our final topic of discussion this evening is a status update on the district's property disposition process from our Jeffco partners at Jones Lang LaSalle Education Real Estate Solution and CRL, which they didn't tell me what it stood for, so maybe it's just nothing. Is it what? It's just CRL because we like them letters. All right, public affairs professionals. Before I hand this over to Mr. Liu, Superintendent Dorland, is there anything you'd like to add?
I just want to acknowledge that, again, we not only have the primary responsibility of educating children and partnering with families in our community as we do so, we also are large property owners as a school district. And I think one of the wisest things that a school district can do is not only the great work that it does to teach kids and help teachers be their best and principals be their best, but also acknowledge when they need help in an arena that is going to take a lot of time and may not be our level of expertise. And so the opportunity to have knowledgeable partners in the work of property disposition as we enter into looking at all of the properties in the district is invaluable. So I'm looking forward to you all hearing more about that process, to meeting our partners. And I believe that the effort in working with the partners who we've selected really has to do with making sure that we do our best work, making sure that we are productive and collaborative partners with our cities, our county, and many stakeholders within, those other governmental agencies. And then, of course, we have hundreds of thousands of neighbors that our schools, sit near. And we also have hundreds of thousands of businesses and community partners who want to partner with us. And so just making sure that the district is the best partner possible with all of the constituents who really care about this process and the properties that we own is really critical. And I'm grateful to our partners for being side by side with us in this work and lending their expertise in an area where many of us don't necessarily have that level of expertise. So thank you for being here tonight. I'm also happy to welcome Jeff Gatlin, our new Chief Operating Officer, to the first opportunity for him to be in front of the board, and other than just being introduced and getting to know you guys in other informal settings. So welcome, Jeff. Yep. And Mr. Liu, I'm going to hand it over to you.
Great. Thank you, Superintendent Dorland. So I'm really excited, as the superintendent said, to have our partners here tonight. We started this discussion with you all in January per the resolution for Ross Phase 1 in terms of starting to look at the disposition of our property. And you all helped us come to a good flow that we might work with in order to get the community engagement that we want to have, and also end in the sale or lease of our buildings. And then we've gone through our procurement process to secure our partners. That took a little bit of time, but we're incredibly grateful to have them on board, and they're helping us refine even further. As Superintendent Dorland said, we're not real estate experts, but we now have those folks on board. And so what they're going to take you through tonight sort of helps lay out the next best answer on property disposition, so that we are meeting the board's desire to engage engage communities in this work, and that we are ending in sale of property that lends itself to helping with our budget. So I'm going to hand this over to Roger Sherman and Brian, who are going to talk to you tonight.
Can you guys hear me? Okay, so my name's Brian Carroll. I'm with Jones Lang LaSalle. I'm with a part of our commercial real estate firm that specializes in the education sector. So that's what I've spent my career doing. And we recently got on board and sort of looked at the process that you guys had laid out, the partners that you've brought to the table, and all those sorts of things. And we have made some minor revisions for, based on our expertise and past projects that we have worked on successfully. So we're going to take you through that and sort of the where and why and the who of all of those things. So we've got a graphic here that kind of takes you through the typical property disposition process and these kind of education portfolio property dispositions. First, and maybe most important, is the governance process. That happens typically before we get involved. And then when we get involved, we kind of make sure that all of those processes are underway to our satisfaction, because ultimately they're extremely important down the line in successfully disposing of these properties. To your credit and to the staff's credit, it was done very successfully. We had essentially no comments on that. So very well done. Lots of community engagement. We understand that was a big piece for the board. That first piece was done very well. The second piece then becomes the solicitation and strategy. So this is essentially the mechanisms by which you engage the private sector. So what kind of documents do you use, and how do you solicit them, and how do you market to them, and how do you evaluate their responses, and those sorts of things. So that strategy up front gets set so that you're not, we're going to talk a little bit about risks later, but so that you're not changing course midway through a process, because the market can see that as ineffectiveness or indecisiveness, and that can hurt value. So that solicitation strategy is kind of the first step. Stakeholder engagement is an ongoing process, as the board has made that extremely clear that that's a priority. That's kind of jointly led by Roger and supported by JLL, helping the communities understand the process. The biggest thing there is the biggest thing with stakeholder engagement is letting the stakeholders know when is the appropriate time to comment and to have their voices heard. So that process is kind of ongoing. There's been a couple of community meetings already, and as more properties roll out, that will continue to evolve. Pre-marketing stage is basically just let the actual buyers know the process, market the opportunities, make sure that they're putting their teams together, their due diligence items, all those sorts of things. So that's sort of follows that stakeholder engagement process. And then we get into the actual procurement process. So this is pre-qualification and call for offers is the way that we're framing this. So a pre-qualification is basically a very short document that markets all the opportunities and says, tell us that you are qualified to bid on these properties. So we look at things like their financial ability, their history of development, their team, whether they have architects. We can look at certain things like, what is their actual proposed plan for the development? Does that proposed plan match with what we have heard from the communities about what those communities want and need, and the sort of the stakeholder engagement process? So all of those things come out in the pre-qualification process. The call for offers, then we sort of down select from the pre-qualification to a select group. We do a call for offers where they are able to put in a financial offer with a little bit more detail on the development, post their due diligence, maybe meeting with the municipalities, those sorts of things. So get some additional specificity to their offer. Then essentially a buyer is selected, and then you negotiate the agreement. So that's kind of overall the process. You can see on there we've got some commentary on the overall timeline. I did want to make sure we bring up a couple of risks. This is a big question we get is there's a lot of properties, a lot of value here. This is obviously very important. So where are the risks? What are they, and how do we mitigate them? The first one I want to talk about is project governance. We look for a couple things when we set these up. One is an internal project champion. That is present here. Great. They're working very hard. That's good. We look for a board recommendation, either whether it's a board like you guys or a staff board, some kind of executive board that brings different opinions to the table that's not so close to this. When you get really close to these processes, sometimes you lose the forest for the trees a little bit. So we want to make sure that there are a host of diverse opinions in the room. So that's present. We like to see that. So that governance process, as we see it, was established and effective. So we're happy with that. The second that I want to talk about, and I've got some additional detail here, is the procurement process. When you go through a procurement like this, the market is busy, right? They're developing lots of projects. The kinds of folks that we want to see engaged in a process like this, if it doesn't match with their criteria, or the process is too elongated, or there are things that kind of don't match with their business objectives, they won't show up. And so it's our job to kind of blend the school district's process with a process that the market can understand and participate in, and make sure that we're bringing the right parties to the table such that we're maximizing the value in the event that these are disposed of. The last thing we'll talk a little bit about is entitlements and due diligence. This is essentially the risk that the selected buyer can actually close. So in terms of entitlements, the risk there is that if they propose 70 lots on a parcel, right? And the city says, well, you can only get 60. And that doesn't work with the economics, or there's some, due diligence item, some environmental that they've got to cure or something, and they can't close. That's an entitlement risk. Due diligence, very similar. They get in and, find that there's a dinosaur under the school or whatever, whatever the case may be. And all of a sudden the cost jumps through the roof and they can't make the development work. That's a due diligence risk. So those sorts of things can come up. And we just want to make sure that everybody understands this is a long process. There are risks throughout. The experts in the room have seen all of these issues play out and have developed mitigation strategies for all of these risks. So there's a lot on here. I swear I won't read the whole thing, but just a couple of things. I want to make sure we cover a little bit about the procurement risk here. We're trying to meld two processes. And so there's what the community wants, and there's what the school district wants, and there's also what the buyers are ultimately going to respond to. And a process that accomplishes everything that the school district is looking for but brings no buyers is not a good process, because you're not going to accomplish your goals, right? So we have to kind of meld those things. And that's why you're going to see just some minor changes through the disposition process that was in some previous graphics around when there is community engagement and around the nomenclature of the documentation. So now we're calling it a pre-qualification. Part of the reason that we do that is because some of the larger, more sophisticated buyers of these properties do not want to compete with 1,000 individuals who may be able to throw kind of a flyer against the wall and see if it sticks. And there's some risk in that, because somebody may be able to promise the world and underdeliver. And so in that pre-qualification, when we make sure that everybody who's at the table is qualified enough to actually do the development or buy the asset or lease the asset that we're talking about, that gives those buyers the confidence that they can come actually spend money on due diligence, on design work, on all those sorts of things, and it won't be for naught. That you guys are gonna look at those offers as serious and sophisticated offers that they are. So that's part of the sort of entitlement risk there. And then that's on the procurement risk. On the entitlement piece, as you can imagine, there are a lot of different community stakeholders, a lot of cities, municipalities that are going to be involved here. The risk that someone seeks a development that is not feasible needs to be mitigated in a couple ways. One is by putting what we have heard in the community feedback sessions in the procurement documents. So we know, look, the community said this, in the community forum. We put it in the document. If you don't know it, that's your fault, right? So we kind of put it a little bit on them to communicate those sorts of things. And we also are looking for them to have had community meetings with the municipalities and the entitlement authorities in the process, so that we can kind of make sure that what they're proposing is realistic and they can actually close on those. So just briefly on kind of the overall process. So this includes your process. This includes meeting with the city officials. So you may have seen this graphic before. I'm just going to point out a couple of things. The primary change that occurred here was just very simply that through the procurement process, so sort of starting in green all the way through to proceeding with the contract, not having community meetings that highlight the offers that have come in. And the reason for that is if you have to make those offers public, you eliminate all of the leverage that you have in negotiating with any buyer. And so, you can imagine that you get one offer. If you have to make it public that you only have one offer, that buyer you're going to see a retrade on the price. You're going to see due diligence items creep in, and all of a sudden the terms get materially worse. And keeping in it a procurement process with integrity that does not have a community engagement forum in the middle of it does not reduce the amount of feedback that the community is able to give, nor does it reduce their role in developing those properties. So just minor change there. And I don't know if anybody, we can get to questions, I guess, if anybody has questions on that. But other than that, it's effectively the same process. I was asked to talk a little bit about the kinds of transactions that may arise out of this. So these are kind of in order of both term length and likelihood, in our opinion. So short-term lease, this is basically somebody may come in and say, hey, I'm either another charter school or something along those lines. Not that that's the ideal use, but some kind of short-term user who wants to lease the actual facility. So something between 1 year and 10-year lease of the actual facility. They'll pay you for the use of it. They'll upkeep it. And then at the end of the 10 years, you get your monthly rent payments, and then the asset comes back. Second would be a long-term lease. So, think longer than 5 years, could be 10, 15, maybe years. Very similar. It's likely a little bit longer because they're going to be seeking to invest some money in the asset. So they may, fix a roof. They may move some walls, those sorts of things. So that's kind of why they may grab some additional term. A ground lease is often, in legal terms or even in banking terms, very much akin to a fee simple disposition. It's essentially a transference of the property. We would see a minimum of 75 years on a ground lease term. And essentially, it's very similar to a building lease, except what you're leasing is not actually the building, but it's the ground. And you actually, the school, the actual improvements would get sold for $1 so that they have to maintain them. It's a liability transfer, but you essentially are leasing the ground. They then can either scrape the asset, they can redevelop it, but instead of an upfront payment, they pay you on an ongoing basis. And then last is fee simple disposition, relatively simple. It's like, buying or selling a house. It's just, selling the asset outright.
Okay, thank you. My name's Roger Sherman with CRL, and we're leading the stakeholder engagement part of this process along with JLL. We've really got kind of three areas that we're focusing on: community feedback, which we're starting out in the form of community meetings. We've had two. I'll talk a little bit about those in a minute. Local municipal coordination, and that is lots of back and forth with the jurisdictions where these properties reside. Elected leadership and the staff, city managers, planning directors, economic development directors. We've had conversations with all of those in both Westminster and Arvada. We've had actually meetings with Lakewood, with Wheat Ridge, kind of getting ahead of the game, communicating with those areas as well. And so the community meeting's important to really, one, level set and inform. Let me go to the next slide. That's probably easier. And then the last of that was the market feedback, and that's an area that JLL will be primarily, but we'll be helping with that, where where if we're hearing things out in the market, developers that we interact with, developers that may come to a community meeting, we'll get feedback, and we have to be nimble in this process and adjust as we're getting feedback on how we're approaching it to make sure that you're successful. So community engagement, I think the number one thing is we are committed because you made it very clear in your actions, and the superintendent talked about it in her opening remarks, was we want to be very transparent and good partners with our community members. And that is kind of where that's the foundation of what we're attempting to do. At these community meetings, we really are focusing on educating the community about the process. I think it's a cumbersome process. There's a lot of steps along the way, and there's confusion, frankly, about how your process interacts and relates to the city's process and the entitlement process that happens at the city level. And there's some things that school district Jeffco can engage in and have influence on, and there's some things that really falls to the city. And how do those relate? How do they relate in a timeline? How do they relate in process? And then how do they relate in where community members have an opportunity to comment and be engaged? And so that is really an important piece of what we're trying to communicate. That's the second bullet point, again, reinforce that the district is not the developer. We are the owners and sellers of the site, and that the developer will be responsible for working with the city in all of their entitlement processes and zoning processes and the associated engagement that's required. And I'm confident the cities are going to be tough in that regard. And then solicit feedback. So we had 2 meetings. Well, I'll do this next one then. I'm sorry, I'm following along here. So the second area is the municipal and jurisdiction feedback. And as I mentioned, we have already had lots of conversations with both elected and staff. JLL has also had conversations with the planning directors in both Arvada and Westminster to get early feedback on what those underlying zoning may look like, what their vision, what their plans, long-term plans for those areas entail, make sure that we understand what their vision is so that can be communicated to potential buyers. We're also working to identify any areas, any properties that municipalities have interest in for a public purpose. It doesn't look like in the 2 that we're working with now that is the case, but there are some that we are having conversations with that may end up on the surplus in future votes, will end up in surplus potentially in future votes, and we're wanting to get ahead and understand where those potential interests are so that we are being good partners. If the jurisdiction may tell us hold off on surplusing something while they try to work out the details. Those are the kinds of things that we're wanting to understand during these municipal conversations. Again, understanding what they think the future use is, what their entitlement process is, and just also asking them how do they want to see us communicating to their residents about their process in relation to our process. We've had 2 meetings so far, Zerger and Allendale. Thank you to Director Parker and Dr. Varda for attending those meetings. We had very good turnout, 40 plus at each meeting. And what we've heard really, I think that, as I've said earlier, the timeline and when the community would expect to see development occur and how that city entitlement process interrelates and with our own disposition process. We heard some talk about the future use of the site. We heard a little bit of, questions about why is Jeffco disposing of these assets. But I think at least in the first 2 that we've had, we didn't hear a lot of that. I think we may hear that in some future places. But this initial 2 older neighborhoods, the schools have not been open or have been used, by a charter school, and then closed. So we didn't get a lot of that kind of feedback. And then we had some questions about just the future use, how that might impact other development in the area, and how is a sale price? Some of those nuts and bolts questions. We have communicated back to everyone through email distribution. So we've got on your website the ability for people to sign up and designate which school they're interested in receiving ongoing communication about. We added anyone that signed up at those community meetings to those lists also. So we're building that list on an ongoing basis, and we've sent out a separate email to both of those school lists so that they understood what happened, that we had the meeting, and we will continue to keep them up to date. We're not committing to a regular schedule. We don't want to inundate them in their email boxes, but we want to provide updates when there are updates to provide to them. And then lastly, you all had envisioned a disposition advisory committee. That committee is meeting monthly as needed. We did not meet last month. And we are in the process of adding ad hoc committee members, 2 to 3 for each of the schools. Those folks will come from the community through an app. 2 of them at least will come from the community through an application process that what I'm calling the core members of the disposition committee meets this coming Monday, and we will take a look at the first applications that we received. We've received 2 for Zerger and 4 for Allendale. In addition, we've asked the mayors of each jurisdiction to appoint a representative for the ad hoc from that for their school. We have heard Mayor McNally's appointment. Mayor Williams in Arvada has not given his appointment, but has assured me they're working on it. So we'll have those. The plan kind of tentatively is we'll pull together the ad hoc committee members and the full committee in August and do some orientation. There's going to be a delay until we have some properties and proposals to look at before those ad hoc committee members are kind of engaged actively. But we want to also not lose their interest. So we'll try to find that balance of keeping them engaged, but making sure that when we do ask them to give up their time, that we have something real for them to be doing. And then, to complete it to date, we've done the application process, the evaluation process for ad hoc committee applicants. The committee has reviewed the engagement plan. They've updated that new proposal process that Brian went over. We have come up with and gotten commitments on their responsibilities and expectations, and all of the committee members have signed kind of an agreement that they'll surrounding what their work is going to be. I think we've got a lot of energy and excitement. I was very pleased with the results of the first 2 meetings, and just not encountering angry residents and folks that just seemed really genuinely interested in understanding what we were doing and what the future looked like. So, with that, back to you.
Before we market these opportunities with the pre-qualification document and some of that marketing that we'll be doing to potential buyers, will include some direct meetings, some advertising, those sorts of things, sort of make sure that everybody understands the process, make sure everybody understands that this is happening, what those dates are, those sorts of things. That will precede this, or there's also we've got some examples there of some we'll do some aerials, and we'll sort of sell the sites and all those sorts of things. It'll outline the process, overview of kind of what we know of the sites, right? So location, size, current zoning, all those sorts of things. So that's kind of the pre-qualification process. Lets everybody know how this is going to work. Then we do a pre-qualification document. The goal is to select a group of individuals who are qualified to actually acquire the property, who are financially qualified, who are capable of doing the development that they intend to do. I mean, that they're not all the same, right? You don't have to be a multifamily developer to buy every site, right? If you want to do something specific and you've got the qualifications to do that, this is the process to unearth those qualifications. Where we would go there from then is a call for offers document. So we've made sure that there is a group of qualified buyers. They understand the process. They understand, what will be required of them. We would then issue the call for offers, and they would again submit their financial offers. That includes what are they, how are they going to change the site? How does that work with what the community has said that the community wants? comments on risk. So the risk that they will not achieve their entitlements, we'll ask that in the pre-qualification document and ask them to respond to that. So that's kind of the time for all of those detailed response items. And then there is an evaluation of their response document. That is the assessment of the risk. So if we have heard from the communities that, height is an issue or setback is an issue or any of these kinds of other entitlement-based things are issues for those municipalities, and the developer's response does not reflect those things, then it is very obviously a risk to their ability to close and will be evaluated as such. Following that process, logistically, how do we finalize this? Committee shares recommendation with superintendent and cabinet. We're making recommendations and finalizing this all the way through to closing out your approval and then contract signature. So with that, I guess we'll open it up for questions.
Great. Thank you for being here. Imagine there's no other place you'd like to spend your evening besides at this board meeting. All right, board members, questions, comments. I'm sure we all have a few that we'd like to ask. Is there anyone who wants to start us off? Director Parker.
Thank you so much, and I really appreciate the extra detail on this presentation now too. And it was very pleasant going to the 2 meetings that we've had so far. And I was struck by the fact that it's mostly people who look like me and you, who are interested in what we're going to be doing with the properties now, as opposed to what we're used to, people who have school-age kids and are interested in schools and what we're doing with schools. So I'm very glad that we have been reaching out to communities. I think that there were flyers or mailers.
I should have said that. We mailed to a half-mile radius of each school a postcard, so over 2,500 postcards in advance of both meetings. So people were aware, and that had a QR code that also allowed them to go to the website if they wanted more information in case they couldn't come to the meeting. So,
and also. I heard, especially in the Arvada meeting, that there was interest in a park, that people would really like that, and they were saying they didn't have one in their area. And then what I'm learning, and I'm sure it's true everywhere, that the municipalities don't really have the money to put in a beautiful park, and so that's kind of sad. So one thing that I was thinking of is I don't know if there's parallel efforts that municipalities can look for money that they could find to do some of those things, which leads me to my next question is, how do we market to find the buyers? I'm used to selling houses, and I know how we do that, but how do you find potential buyers?
It's really an all of the above strategy. There are commercial real estate specific websites that will get used, I think CoStar or LoopNet. One of the biggest that in these kinds of situations that I like to lean on is by trying to get some of the local press to pick it up. With any marketing, there are, there's holes in the Swiss cheese, right? People are going to fall through the cracks and say, hey, I didn't find out about this until XYZ date. If it's in local publications, it's a lot more difficult to say, hey, well, you didn't see it for this reason or whatever the case may be. Like, it's a lot more difficult to say that you didn't see it and ask for additional time or some other accommodation. If it was in the local newspaper, that's kind of on you. So that's kind of a catch-all. We do direct outreach. I mean, we know particularly some of the, there's been appraisals on these sites. So those appraisals will include a likely reuse of the site. There are industries that are built around those reuses, and we know who those players are as a commercial real estate firm. So we're doing some direct outreach. Signs, community meetings. I mean, there's a whole. There's no one thing. It's really kind of an all of the above strategy to make sure that competition drives value, and so our job is to drive competition.
Yeah. And then 2 final questions. One is, how do you think the current interest environment, inflation, whatever affects it, and is it something that we better hurry up, or is it something that we could see later would be better? And then do you anticipate that we would be getting more than one option to vote on, or do you think that we'll end up with just one that we'll be voting on for each property?
I'm going to answer your second question first. The goal would be to move through the contracting process with one buyer. So it would be, and there would be, meetings in advance to sort of vet that and, make sure that everybody's on board and all those sorts of things. But the actual vote would be with one entity, and there would be a contract that would be negotiated and all those sorts of things that you'd be voting on. So that's that question. The interest rate question is extremely complicated. Developers have, when we value properties, we do what's called a land residual analysis. That land residual analysis is basically we model the development on paper with all the inputs that we know. So whether that's, if it's a single family home development, what are lot sizes that we think? How much will they sell for? What are the costs of the roads? How much is the cost of debt, construction costs, inflation? All those sorts of things are factors in this development model. And what comes out the other end is the land residual, which means how much can a developer afford to pay you, the landowner, and still achieve their required rate of return. So that required rate of return is mostly stagnant and mostly does not change. There are some differences in risk and some other things, but it's mostly in kind of a ballpark. Increasing interest rates very simply reduces land value. There's no question about that. And if I knew where interest rates were going to be, I wouldn't be sitting here. So I'm not going to try to project that. But I will say, trying to time the school district trying to time their exit of these properties based on where they believe interest rates will go, would strike me as unwise to try to time it in that way. The goal is that these developers are bringing solutions that try to mitigate that. Some of that can be bringing additional equity. There's, risk mitigation, things where they can bring down their required return. But interest rates, they go up and they go down, and trying to time that is extremely difficult and risky.
I was cheating on a test. Sorry. Other board members, questions? Director Reed.
When we first started talking about this process, one of the things that we talked about in terms of equity was the idea that there might be community members that have great ideas for what they would like to see done with that particular property, but they may really not even know how to begin the process of putting together a proposal or understanding how this whole thing works. So we initially expressed some interest in providing people with some guidance in that. And so I'm sort of wondering where we are with that. And then I have a totally different question after that.
So a couple things. Roger and I have talked a little bit about potentially doing a webinar, some kind of offering something where folks can call in and get some questions answered and some information provided. I also reached out to a neighboring school district that's doing some of this work. They actually put an RFP out for these exact services that you're speaking about in terms of supporting people with proposal writing, and they got 0 replies. So there doesn't seem to be any organization out there or that are folks that they didn't have any luck with that. And I've read their RFP, and it seems sort of what you're talking about, which is why I think we're really fortunate to have CRL on board. They are used to working with community groups and can certainly, at least provide some information and some initial support and in terms of just guidance. So that's where I think we're headed with that now.
It's a topic that we have had conversations with the municipalities about, because I think the likelihood is they may hear about some of these groups before we hear about. So we've made it very clear with them that we want, if there are some community-based ideas that they feel are viable and appropriate, that, to put them in touch so that we can at least try to strategize on how we might be able to help them. So that's the first thing we did, when we heard that this was an issue, a concern and a commitment that you all have made. is to make sure we've communicated that that is something we want to hear about as soon as they are aware of something.
Follow-up question. Because one of the things I feel like I've learned by going to these meetings is that this discussion that we had and have had is not really the discussion that we're having at community meetings. And I should say it first, like my lens on this is totally not yours. It's totally different. I'm a community-based participatory researcher. So that's a CBPR lens, and that lens is very focused on authenticity of a process and power dynamics and making sure that what we hear is translated into the implementation. But what I'm learning, and I just, this is like a reality check, is that like when you all talk about this, it's about commercial development and developers and this kind of stuff. And I feel like we should be a little bit more transparent that this idea, to me, doesn't feel like what we're trying to implement. And it might be because no one's interested. So I actually kind of had a question around it. I think we shouldn't keep talking about like that a community is going to come and put in a community center when that's not the process that's getting pushed through. I don't hear it at community meetings that that's what we're trying to do. And I'm just learning. So I'm realizing like, oh, we're not talking about parks and community centers. We're talking about building homes and developments. So that's been something that it's just shifted in my mind of what we're talking about. So I want to be careful about talking about community engagement in a way that actually isn't translated and is not totally authentic. Because at like the Allendale meeting, they're saying we want a park. And you said, you know, for the folks who are making bids, we want to make sure that what we're hearing from communities is translated into their proposals. But then you talked about entitlements, height of buildings and stuff. And they do care about that. But so I'm just wondering, like, I think this is right. And I wonder, do you have any examples where these kinds of community-based concerns about what's happening with these areas has actually been translated into proposals that incorporate them? Because I'd love to hear like a real example of that, but I'm guessing it's not that real. And I want to stop talking about it like it's real if that's not really what we're talking about.
So I might want to jump in just for a second, and please correct me if I'm wrong. But I actually think, Danielle, what you're talking about is somewhat up to the municipalities that we're working with through this entitlements process. So if there is, and I do think there in the city of Lakewood, I think some of this is maybe emerging a little bit, where we do have established community resource center that has a strong partnership with the city and an interest in providing different kinds of services and a different type of facility to the community. And that interest is shared by both parties. And when that interest is shared by both parties, I think that kind of sort of grassroots community-based service type of model is a proposal that we may receive someday. If the community is at this meeting and saying we really want a park, that's not up to us. I mean, we don't create zones within the municipality areas. And so, you know, doesn't mean that the neighbors can't get together and go after because everybody knows it, the GoCo grant, and come to the city and us with a proposal of rezoning it into, you know, a public space that's an interactive park. But I think that so much of what we're hopeful for is found, and this sort of grassroots conversation that you all have been having is found in the process in the city and less in the process that we own as decision makers or the board here owns as decision makers. Can you correct anything that I've said that is misrepresentative or add to it, please?
You're exactly right. I mean, that's part of what the messaging is at the community meetings is, you know, the school district is not the developer. Someone actually has to go do that. It's not going to be the school district. Someone actually has to go build the park. And it may be the municipality. And frankly, the municipality is welcome to contact you guys and say, we'd like to do this. And you guys are free to react to that. And frankly, they're free to respond to a procurement process and say, hey, you know, we've got a park. And the one thing I would push back on is that this is focused on on home development and kind of commercial development, just in that there is no limit to who can respond to that. But I think it's good governance to understand, if you're going to go with, a neighbor who comes in and says, you know what, I've got a little spare change lying around. I'm going to buy this property and I'm going to, donate it back to the city and help them turn it into a park or whatever the case may be. You will then get to evaluate that response against a for-profit entity who is paying more, so that you understand, if you're going to do that, how much either you've left on the table or how much that cost difference is, to be clear-eyed about that. So I think that's really the process that we're setting up, is to understand how can we get everybody who's interested in this to come to the table and to bring their ideas, because, our vested interest is the school district satisfaction, right? So we want to make sure that your process and the guidance that we have received is followed. And those offers are an important piece of what we've heard. So we want to make sure that we're structuring a process that solicits those offers, makes it clear exactly how to do it. I mean, the one thing, Director Udet, I would answer your question with is, our process should not be so complicated that someone can't respond to it with relative ease. If it is that complicated, then we have failed, because obviously there's differences in background and all those sorts of things, but we will oftentimes, in this case, absolutely make a very short instructions. How do you actually respond to this? So we need this piece of information. It needs to say these things, et cetera. And then the other piece is we are not running a procurement process where we cannot follow up with questions. So if they get it wrong, and we state this in these procurements, if there's a question that we have, or if there's some piece of information missing, or if you've gotten something, a little bit off, we can ask for a clarification. We can, work with them to sort of figure that out, and they're always welcome to reach out.
I would just add on to that 2 examples. Right after the Arvada meeting, our process has been to check back in with the city, see how the meeting went. What did they hear? Did they think there was something that we didn't answer correctly? And I asked specifically about, is there a prospect or an interest in a park? Because if they want to have a park there, the city's got to be willing to put it in or accept it, maintain it, and all that. And the feedback in that instance was it really wasn't in their plan or in their budget. So that's that. A second example is we've heard there's a community group that is organizing around another school in Lakewood that they may have a use that they'd like to do about that. I've got a meeting with Kathy, the city manager, at noon on Monday about that. And we would have met with her before, but she had ankle surgery. So as soon as we heard that, we reached out to them, because if we do hear something in the community about that, we want to make sure that we have had that conversation immediately with the jurisdiction, so that can be any information around that may be something that the city is really interested in, can be factored into the marketing and solicitation process. So those are 2 real life examples where we have tried to react when we're hearing something that's out there in the community.
Okay, and then I had another, and this is just to clarify as I interact with people, because I do have a number of people asking me about this, and my favorite social media platform, Nextdoor, where there have been just some outrageous rumors about what is going to be done with some of these properties. And so I have been telling people, hey, we're asking the community. So if you don't want this thing that you would be able to knock me over with a feather if we actually did that with it. And I don't even want to say anything from the table, because it's going to get taken out of context. And they're going to say, oh, Director Reed said that we were going to, lordy. But so do I understand that when we send out the materials saying, okay, this parcel is up for purchase, community feedback will guide sort of how that is said, so that if a community says, under no circumstances do we want X, Y, Z, and the municipality says, oh yeah, we don't want that either, that would be put into the proposal. It can't be used for this sort of thing. Am I understanding that correctly?
So we would be putting the community feedback in the document for those individual parcels. I want to be clear about who, it would be couched as the community feedback on this has been a resistance to these things. There is a risk that if they propose those things, that it will not come to fruition. So, there's a process issue there with uses that are not, sought after or accepted by the community. But I wouldn't go so far as to say that the document will prohibit them, but just to say the community has said this, the municipality has said this, because ultimately the municipality is the governing body on use, and the community provides input at that level.
So it would be fair for me to say that community feedback would be made known so that if someone planning to put this sort of facility was thinking about buying it, they would know right out of the gate that they would be dealing with a hostile community, and that would be probably not desirable for anyone, including the person thinking about buying it.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like there's something specific, which I'm not aware of, but I will say that if it's something very specific, it won't make it out of the proposal process, because it's just the evaluators would understand that to be a non-starter, and so that proposal is dead. I mean, there's no point in continuing it.
And I think that's why it's very important that we keep communicating where does your process start and end, and where does the city's process start and end. That if it is something that is this wild, I think it's highly unlikely that any developer is going to go very far with a proposal. It's expensive to prepare a proposal. It's expensive to do the due diligence and do all the work to be competitive. And within that work, they will, I'm certain, hear from the jurisdiction that this is a non-starter. So it's kind of these rumors. I understand how next door works, but the reality is it's unlikely you'd ever see a proposal, because anyone that's really capable of performing probably isn't going to get that far along in the process with something that is clearly not going to happen.
I do think, just to follow up on Dr. Varda's point, that I think part of this is because I was a little bit taken aback by the language, and you're probably like, what? But it's just standard language. But the language is so corporate and very like the market, like it's this sort of big amorphous blob standing behind you, doing bad deeds, I assume. But the market to me means something. I teach in a business department too. Means something very specific, I think, outside of community engagement. Like, it doesn't seem to be all that inclusive of even municipalities or other sort of, public good kind of work. And so I struggle with it too, and I don't know what to do with it, because it sounds like, from what you're saying, they are not mutually exclusive. It's just that the term, particularly not working, I work in public good and community-based organizations. And so if I heard the market, I'd be like, not me. That's not me. So I don't know how to reconcile that, if there's a way to reconcile it. And maybe it is that, authentically speaking, those are not the same audiences. I don't know the answer to that, but I do think we just need to say what it is. And to me, maybe this is just the shift of, this is how we're going to say it and getting used to it. But I just want to recognize that I too was a little bit like, ouch, that hurts a little bit in my kind heart, because it's just not language that I see myself in, or I would see myself in.
So I'll just say quickly, President Schooley, this is sort of why we have the two here, because I think they really complement each other, and CRL is really used to working with community-based organizations and municipalities, and then JLL has access to the more corporate side, and so I think we are trying to strike that balance too. And I think for the folks who attended the meetings, Director Parker and Dr. Varda, I think we spoke in a language that people understood during the meetings. That maybe felt that they seem to relate to, but it's definitely something that we're paying close attention to.
Can I just say, I I don't totally agree, because this is during the meetings when I had that reaction, and the way I've dealt with it or whatever is I'm like, okay, that's what we're doing. And my mind has shifted. We're not doing what I thought we were talking about. And so I've been learning. So it's like from a learning mindset, I'm like, okay, this is what we're doing. And these folks are showing us how to do that. And that's fine with me. It seems like the community didn't object to that. But I don't think we used their language. But the only thing I'm concerned about is I don't want to be saying we're doing authentic community engagement when we might not be, you know what I mean? I think we're giving feedback to the communities. I'm not sure that what we hear from them is going to change any of the actions or policies or anything that we do. And so I just don't want to lose any credibility around when we say we're doing community engagement and what the outcome of that is. That's my concern. I'm not trying to change the process. I'm trying to learn about it, but I don't want to pretend that we're like doing something that we're not. So that's my concern along those lines.
Yeah, I think that was part of the whole work that was done with the 16 schools that we're going to work together. And so how do you bring the heart of the schools district or the heart of what we went through to the table? And I understand one thing that was interesting that you brought up was, hey, we already have a website where if you're interested, and it could be a school that's not even been listed yet as a potential. If you're interested to be a part of it, sign up here. I mean, that's okay, great. So you're going to let me be a part of it. How do we take the heart of that school or the heart of that community and bring it to the community dialogue and the table of, can we have the city sitting right there next to us? Is that what you guys are doing? I haven't been to one of the meetings yet, but is it possible to have, did you invite the city councilor who is that their jurisdiction and they've come to those meetings? So they've heard the conversation then. I would hope that we would be able to balance we're a school district and we take care of kids and we take care of the community. We just passed we're going to pass a resolution on parent engagement and all of that touchy stuff that we work with every day. How does it translate into the work that you guys are doing? And I don't have the answer for that. And I appreciate the commercial real estate side because you're in the business to bring value to us, right? The most value that you can bring, but how do we keep the heart in the conversation?
We did have a number of city folks. Neither city council people were not present, but they were invited. But at the Arvada meeting, at the Westminster meeting, we had I think 6 or 7 from the city there. Was there city? Okay, she didn't identify herself. Who was it? John. Oh, it was John. Okay, good. He's running for mayor. They're invited, they're included. I think the challenge, I hear what you're saying about the heart is there's a balance of, I think it's also authentic to be honest with people about what is and isn't doable. And so we can convene conversations where people can sit around and say, wouldn't it be wonderful if? But if there is no ability to fund and make that happen, unless the district's willing to forego revenue for these properties, then that is really inauthentic to be having those conversations. So we're trying to find a balance here where we allow opportunity to surface things that are non-starters so that we can share that with the community of people that may actually have the ability to prepare and present an offer that could be actually fulfilled and done. So it is a hard balance. I appreciate this feedback. We'll continue to think about it, but I think that's where when we hear about a potential community use, we're jumping on it immediately to make sure we understand who they are, what it looks like. Is it something the city supports? Is it something that the city thinks fits there? Is it coming from a community group that's actually associated with that neighborhood, or is it coming from a community group that says, wouldn't it be nice if we move this into someone else's neighborhood? So we've got all of those things to try to balance. and do it with open ears and try to hear what they're saying, but then also, trust and verify, communicate with the jurisdiction, understand how they feel about it, and then factor it into the process.
I think, oh, go ahead.
So could I just follow up on that point then? Say hypothetically, there is a community that you might already be talking with, but they are not on the list yet. Like they have not been put on the surplus. Thank you for that word. And so how do they've authentically thought it through. We know what we want. We think it's within the plan of the city. And we've been talking with the city about it. How do they come to the table with you when they're not notified yet as surplus?
That's a great question. And I don't know that we have a perfect setup for that, but that's where as we hear something, we may be talking about the same situation.
Yeah.
And the conversation I'm having with Kathy on Monday is not about a school that has been surplused yet. It's about something that we've heard, and we're meeting as a team tomorrow to start talking about what is the next list of schools to recommend to you to surplus.
Right.
And we want to understand this is an example, as is the other example in Lakewood that we know about. Timing wise, when does the city think it makes sense to surplus it? Does the city need more time to work with this community group to make something happen? And would they rather us wait to the third vote? Those are the kinds of things we're trying to do, so that we think that facilitates the ability of these community groups to continue to talk about and work their process to see if it's doable. So we don't want to rush a surplus that maybe disadvantages a community group like that. So that's what we're trying to do, is just balance. So if there's a representative from that group that of, that have them contact us. There is also a link on the website where people can submit if they're interested in in purchasing or reusing a property. They can identify themselves there. That's another place that we capture people that are potentially interested.
Okay.
So just that could factor into make sure they're on our radar.
Well, in that way, if the organization or if that community group is able to come forward, to me, that ties then to the authenticity of what we're trying to do. Not all of them may follow that path from what we're seeing and what you've talked about. But if there is at least the opportunity, I think we need to tell people that that's still the opportunity. That just because we might be going down a path one way with one site, that doesn't necessarily mean that that's going to happen with all of the others if there's something that comes forward or bubbles up from the community's desire and they're able to make it happen.
I think that's right. And I think it was very smart on the board's position to start with fewer buildings and a couple that are easier, because we're learning the process here. We've gotten feedback from the cities about public meetings. And, so that's part of what's been very nice about this is, we're going to have 5 maybe the next time or whatever the number is. And so we get that many more communities to be communicating and working with. So this is very helpful to get this feedback and just to see how the first 2 went.
One of the things I was going to add on, and to me, it's like you were saying, learning in real time, where I'm like, oh, this is the language of this. It's very helpful. One of the pieces, and I think in the process flow chart, I'm just not exactly sure, one, if we've done this work already as part of that pre-work that you said we got an A+ on. I do believe that's what you said, the words you said. Or if it's iterative, more like what you're talking about, that what happens at one may not happen at the other, and that they may be different as we grow and learn. But some of the tension here is sort of around the realities of working across multiple municipalities, which if you look at the big portfolio of potential properties is huge. It's a lot of work. And the sort of explicit priorities of the board, which I don't know that we've articulated in terms of this process. So are there explicit priorities that we have around what, part of as the process itself? We have had opportunities to inform the process, but like we want to make sure, I am just putting random things in the world, but we want to make sure that it is always top dollar for every property we get. That is our explicit priority as a board. Or as a board, our explicit priority is to make sure that it's still usable by school-age children. Or, yeah, I mean, it could be any number of things. And we haven't really had that conversation. So part of this is saying, as a board, that we'll inevitably have new members on it, making decisions about these properties as we move forward. Is there something that is more of a, I don't want to put guardrails, but as a priorities that the board has around this process, around future use? Or is it something that we just say, we're going to follow the process, we'll see what comes in? I think there's a tension there with wanting to influence something with the way in which we've set up the values, the vision, the role of community engagement and all of this, and then the realities of the market. I'm going to use that all the time. But the reality is that the process has a lot of really complicated moving pieces in it that we don't have control over.
But isn't that a partnership with the government agencies of which we have the schools and where they're located,
That's
right?
the
That's the
priority.
That's the tension.
Yeah. Yes, and it also could be a priority of the board to be able to now. So I'm just trying to call out a tension that I see, and that I don't know how to necessarily move through that, given that there will inevitably be leadership changes on this board, and in terms of this is a process that's going to go well beyond many of our terms. And so I want to set the district up for success in making sure that what we're doing now is creating that we maintain our A+ rating per U.
A couple thoughts. I think you're absolutely right about the tension. It's like the tension between what we really want to do for our communities with the properties that we own and to be good neighbors and care for the people who've depended upon these schools for decades, and the market. And like, honestly, one of the things that I heard loud and clear through the closure process was, don't let this thing sit here and wallow. Please maintain it, number one. And number two, please don't let it just be a vacant property forever and ever. And so it really is, I mean, I just have to name the fact that we are going to be living in this process in the extreme gray space. And we're going to all have to get, I think, pretty comfortable with that. For me, I think the bottom line is we just have to sort of get this frame around our head that we are selling or leasing, but ideally, given many of the conversations we've had about our capital priorities and investment in the facilities that are serving students as educational facilities, Fletcher Miller, on and on, Pomona, now more, moving in, other articulation areas that you've identified that we want to really invest in with not only identity and programming and community engagement, but also then what does that mean for the facility and the capital investments. And our bond program from 2018 is coming to a close next summer. So, we're going to have some capital reserve, but it's not going to be what we need. And so all of that being said, I do think that we have to come to grips with the fact that we are selling properties. And these are multi-million-dollar properties. So whoever's going to buy them, whatever group, whatever organization, whatever business, whatever company, is going to need to be able to afford a multi-million-dollar building. And then if they're going to do anything in it other than what we were just doing, even if they're going to turn it into a school, they're going to probably want to invest another couple $1 million into it. Think about Campbell. We're using it as a school. We're turning it into an ECE facility, and we're still investing a lot of money just to get it to a place where it can serve preschoolers. So even if a for-profit preschool comes in and wants to utilize the facility, for example, to serve students that are 3, 4, and 5-year-olds in an early childhood center, it seems like a really aligned piece, but it would need to be an organization that has the means to do that kind of work. And so I think that's the honest conversation. The other thing I want to say is it sort of like takes the steam out of your feelings of like, oh, but I want to do this for our community. I mean, I really do want to have Meow Wolf West in Jeffco, for our art teachers and our art students. And I mean, that's a cool idea and kind of crazy. I have been in districts that I think have a different model of community partnership around shared space with school-based health clinics, nonprofit organizations that provide resources to families, like family resources centers within a school. And I do think one of the things we should pull out of this is if by going through this process, we find community partners who we think that would be such a benefit to our kids in one of our buildings. Guess what? We have space. We have space in our currently operating schools. And so we don't have to force everything that we want to see happening in our schools into this process of sale or lease of buildings. We have half of high schools that are available. And we're not closing high schools thanks to your resolution. And so we have space for community groups to partner with us. And obviously that brings up issues and questions around safety and making sure that, if another group is in our school, that we take all the right protocols and have the right space and the right agreements in place to do that kind of work. But I don't want you to feel like if you run into a group of people that wants to do great work for our kids, it has to be through this disposition process. We can do great work with community partners in the schools that we're currently running. And I think that's part of this internal use process that Lisa and Jeff and others on our team are thinking about for like schools that are in buildings that they might not be working really well in that building. They might want to move to a different building. There's another internal process for us to think about. And so maybe I'm rambling a little bit at this point, but I do think we have to get our head wrapped around this mindset shift of like, we're selling properties that are expensive properties, and organizations with the means to buy those properties are who are going to be interested in buying those properties. And we're going to have to like come to grips with that. And then I think we should also help people if there are grants available or other things that they can do to try to come to the table. And that's not to say that the value has to be highest dollar. That's not necessarily, I don't think, has to be the value of the board. If you want it to be, it can be. But it's not just a lesson in community engagement when we're in the business of selling properties.
I have thoughts, but I'm going to move on. So we'll leave that there. keep going. Dr. Berta?
It made me think of two things. One, you said, people said we don't want to leave buildings empty. The first thing I heard, the first parent say at Fitzmaurice is, are you all doing this just to get a bunch of developers in the door? We think this is why you're doing this. That is the absolute most common comment I have heard from parents about their concern. But so I just want to say, but my biggest concern is leaving buildings empty, personally, is that nothing happens to them. So again, I think this has been learning, and I think and even Tracy, as you went back and forth there, Superintendent Dorland, that it's almost, I think, like you are thinking out loud how we're thinking. But I think your push towards we are selling properties and there's a market for this, I think we have to help our community understand. I'm learning that. And we can't, I don't mean to criticize what you did, we can't really go back and forth like you just did so much, because that's how I want to think about it too, unless I think we do come out with a board, some kind of board like resolution or something that says, that's really wishy-washy, but I like it, So I'm sure for you, you're like, what am I supposed to do with that, right? Like, I think that. So I think there's some work I don't think we can do right here that we have to take away from this and say, what do we really mean? And what do we really mean when we say we want to work with a community to build something, and you just said it, maybe it doesn't have to go through the disposition process. And like a flag went up and I was like, wait, is that an exception? We've never talked about that. And I don't mean
all I meant was we have space in our current properties, existing properties that we are running school in.
I see what you mean.
That if we find an amazing community partner who doesn't have millions of dollars to buy one of our buildings, it doesn't mean that we can't think about space for them near our families and near our kids in partnership.
Got it.
That was my point.
The only other thing I was going to say is, so I'm on the Financial Oversight Committee, and this came up. There was a whole discussion about disposition, and it's this like clear split. There's this group that's like, we want to make sure these are serving kids. And then the group that's like, we need to sell this for the highest dollar. And when I was sitting in that committee meeting, I was like, this is like my email. Like, all we get are these emails that are like, you better not sell these to developers and build condos here. And then others that are like, this is our opportunity to continue to serve kids through a gym or something. And so all I'm saying is I do think that there's work we have to do on helping communities come around to this idea because as I've been at the meetings, I've been like, sometimes I'm like, the best thing to do here would be to put in housing that looks like the rest of the housing and make it just really consistent. And I'm very like I live in these communities. So I think there's a way to help us all get around to this, and it's just taking a minute. But I do think we need to be a little more clear going forward. And I do like the idea of doing this before we have new board members. So I don't know how we do that, but I would appreciate some of that discussion too.
Yep, Director Reed.
So just a quick add here. I think one of the things we need to make clear to people is that if we sell these for top dollar, that money will benefit children. It's not like it goes into our pockets. So when people say, I want this to benefit kids, it's going to benefit kids no matter what. And so, then the municipality and the community need to come together and they can decide, how the input that they want to put into that with zoning and what their needs are and all of that. But I think it's just really important for people to understand that the money that the district gets from those sales benefits children. There's nothing else it would do. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
Yep. Other comments, questions, ways in which we want to?
I just wonder if it would benefit the board. Can we go back to that slide that's the process slide that you guys revised for us? Having gone through some of this with a municipality at one point in time as a buyer and a developer, I was a school district buyer developer. I wonder if there's some benefit to us on a different night or a different afternoon, going through this last part of assessing what does a proposal look like, assessing the proposal. When you guys get into this executive session, I don't anticipate just bringing you one proposal and not telling you anything else that came to the table, right? Like it's the opportunity for us to explain, this is what came in, this is what the committee reviewed, this is their recommendation to me and the staff, this is our recommendation to you, but these are other things that they considered, and hopefully robust dialogue like so many other things that we work on together, right? Once you then say, okay, yeah, that makes sense, or no, we like this one better, or whatever you land on, we enter into this contracting process negotiations. I don't know, like, I'm gonna look at these guys. When I went through this as a buyer and a developer of a school in another district with the city, that purple box right there that's like contracting process / negotiations, it took like 18 to 24 months. So I want to make sure people understand like how complicated it is too, in terms of like, even if this is the best buyer that we think would be great for this property, and they go through the entitlements process with the city, it can take, other stakeholders may not think that, right? And so I just want us to get our head wrapped around the fact that it's going to be a lengthy and complicated process for most of the properties. If we have a buyer in a city that's like simpatico and there's a property that's perfect, it might be faster than that. But for the most part, I think it's going to be really complicated and lengthy, and we're just going to have a lot of patience and sit in the gray for a long time. And then you might go 8 months in, and the whole thing might blow up over a zoning or an entitlement issue. And then you're back to meeting with the city official. You're back to square one, right? It's like, do not pass go, do not collect $200, go straight to jail. Go back to the beginning. Am I off base?
You hit on, if you look at our presentation, the difference between our first committee meeting and our second committee meeting, we added a slide to try to get to this. And we're still not happy with the slide. I've actually asked for feedback from the planning departments of Westminster and Arvada to help us. But this idea of, we've got our process along, and then there's this whole city entitlement process that takes a long time. And anywhere along there, they're in control of those decisions, but it could revert right back and send us back to the beginning of our process. So it's And that uncertainty, that's where people are concerned that you're going to drop, the school district is going to sell, and they're going to put an amusement park in the middle of our neighborhood. And they're all up in arms about it because they hear it on Nextdoor and it must be true. And they're forgetting that there's this whole 12 to 18 month process that the city owns that has to happen before these things close.
And is that, when I'm looking at this roadmap, are you thinking that that happens right at the contracting process / negotiations? That there should be like a circle right underneath that, maybe gray, that says city oversight, approval process, blessing, whatever just to make sure that people understand that that has to take place before this board says we're done. We can sell it.
If I were to design a most common occurrence, that is likely the way it would work.
Yeah.
You guys own a variety of assets. There's a lot of difference between, some are land, some are buildings, some are, the uses may dictate some of that. One thing I would say is that it's not necessarily a foregone conclusion that they have to run through the entire entitlement process before they close on a purchase and sale agreement. So before they they take ownership of the property. They may feel comfortable, if it's a community organization who's unearthed the money and who've got the community and the city and all those sorts of things, and they believe that there will be no issue to go through the entitlement process, they've got the funds sitting there, they want to do some due diligence, they may close in advance of finalizing their entitlements. Same thing with, on the other end of the spectrum, some of these properties are already zoned single-family homes.
Right.
So
I'm just wondering, how do you kind of show people that there is, even if that's perfect, like they're a zone for single family and we can go forward, there still is a city part or another government agency part. Could even be the county, right? It may not be the city, it could be the county. So how do we show, even if this is a very busy slide, but I follow it, great, it's great, but how do we show that there is that other engagement process with another government?
Yeah.
I wouldn't put it red, but
when done correctly, it's done at multiple points in this process. And so the challenge graphically is, how do you, whether it's like an underline, the city works through with, any interested parties through this whole section, maybe that's an answer. But, hopefully people are having conversations early and often to understand what's possible, and they're not submitting a bid that they have not had those conversations about.
Right. I just want to honor what Superintendent Dorland said, which there is this, there could be a time component that, the community sits back and says, you guys have been sitting on this property now for 4 years, and you've told us that it's in process, but it's still sitting there for 4 years. And not that I want that to happen, but I just want to make sure people understand that even though this is what we propose or we believe is the most fluid process, that there are parts along the way that we don't have control over. Like, that is not our jurisdiction.
We hear you and we agree, and we tried one, overlapping arrows, that didn't really work. So before we have another community meeting, we're gonna figure out, and hopefully jointly with feedback from our cities, so that they also, since they have to explain it on their half of the side, right? That our process does indeed match how they're going to work. So we'll have a slide for you eventually that shows that gray.
Just to connect it to something you guys are doing tonight, what Brian was saying, oftentimes it looks like what I described earlier with my experience. You're on your consent agenda tonight, you're tasking me to enter into contract negotiations on a small parcel. That is going to be a simple one, right? So it doesn't always mean that it's going to take a year to figure it out. But that's part of the reason why we really wanted you to go through this experience, so you can start to understand sort of how the process flow works. That's a more simple version.
Yeah, and I think it's because I'm sure you all are like, you're sitting here talking to us about like what widgets we want to put on the slide. However, the importance, I think, is that it's both our responsibility, obviously, our fiduciary responsibility as members of this board, but in addition, that being a public-facing person and being able to help to translate an expectation management set and be able to share the story of where the arrows go, I think is super important because it's the role that we play. So while I know it may sound like we're like sort of picking at little things, I think it is important for us to get to a place where we feel like we can interpret this as well as you can within reason, to be able to help people understand that this is a very complicated process and how do we share that in a way that's most accessible depending on our audience. So I appreciate you going through this journey.
I hear a couple of next steps for us that we have a long meeting tomorrow, so we'll discuss some of those. And I think also in the spirit of collaboration with our municipal partners, that they may want to create a slide of their own that shows their process that we could then add to ours, so that folks know that the two properties we have right now, one is in Arvada and one is in Westminster. We can anticipate where the other properties might be and just work with the municipalities to make sure that their process is also clearly communicated. So thank you very much.
That's right. I mean, I'm going to tell them what I think about this.
You should let them be responsible for that. You don't have to worry about it.
All right. Are there any other, for this moment, it sounds like we've got years to talk about this, but at this moment, is there any, yes, that anything else we can bring up and put into this wonderful space we have? No? Great. Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say thank you. We finished when we were supposed to be starting.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. A+. Yes. Thank you very much. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you guys.
Thank you for joining us. Yeah, we appreciate it. All right, moving on. Last item is consent agenda. So items 9.01 through 9.25 are presented in board docs as proposed consent agenda. Do I have a motion regarding the approval of the consent agenda?
I move to approve items 9.01 through 9.25 on the consent agenda as published in board docs.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, it has been moved and seconded to approve the consent agenda. Roll call, please, Ms. Zavada.
Ms. Miller?
Yes.
Ms. Parker?
Yes.
Ms. Reed?
Yes.
Ms. Schooley?
Yes.
Dr. Varda?
Yes.
Great, the consent agenda has been approved. That brings us to the end of today's agenda. We stand adjourned. Our next meeting is a special session scheduled for tomorrow because we just can't get enough. June 23rd, 2023 at noon at the Lakewood Library in partnership with our Jeffco County Commissioners. So be there, be square. Have a good night.